the Philippines' #1 news channel. Ito ang GMA News TV.
Magandang hapon po. Day 19 na ng makasaysayang impeachment trial ni Chief Justice Renato Corona. Ako po si Ivan Medina.
Samahan niyo muli kami sa special coverage ng GMA News TV. Ako naman si Rhea Santos. At ito ang the Chief Justice on trial.
Patuloy tayo magbabantay sa mga pinakamainit na pangyayari sa Senado.
At mag-uulat mula roon ang ating kasamang si Joseph Moro.
Ito, puntahan natin si Joseph. Joseph, ano bang inaasahan natin ngayong araw na ito?
Ivan, Rhea, bago ang lahat, happy monthsary. Isang buwan na tayo dito sa impeachment trial na to. Pero paalaala lang muna dun sa ating mga kababayan na sumusumaybay, Article 2 pa rin tayo. Ito yung sa non-declaration of SALN nitong si Chief Justice Renato Corona. Ngayon, ngayong araw, inaasahan natin finally na magpapagkumpara na yung mga original bank documents na hawak ng PS Bank at saka yung kopya ng mga bank documents sumano ni Chief Justice Corona na nasa attachments ng prosecution na ginamit nila para humingi ng subpoena. Interesado yung mga senador kahapon, no? Kung totoo ba o peke yung naka-attach na yun dahil yun yung naging basehan ng pag-i-issue nila ng subpoena. Ngayon, ang inaasahan ng PS Bank ay dadalhin yun pero iiwasan yung mga detalye tungkol dun sa mga dollar accounts kasi may TRO yung Korte Suprema yan, bawal ipakita. So, ang makikita lang natin ngayon, if at all, is yung mga testimonies tungkol dun sa peso account nitong si Chief Justice Corona. Ivan, Rhea?
Joseph, bukod sa peke o hindi itong bank document, of course, nais din malaman kung paano ito nakuha ng prosecution. Pero yung answer dyan ay sa Monday pa, i-discuss no, dun sa caucus kasi kahapon ay nag-submit na yung prosecution ng kanilang compliance. Ibig sabihin, nag-reply na sila doon sa query ng Senado sa pamamagitan ng isang written explanation kung saan nila nakuha yung mga dokumento na yan. Kasi ang sinasabi nitong si Representative Ray Umali is that ibinigay siya ng isang small lady, no? Pero doon nga sa pag-usisa ng Senado doon sa CCTV, ay wala naman nakitang small lady. So, titingnan ng Senado yung explanation ng prosecution at sabi nga ni Senador Enrile kahapon is that the Senate will decide kung substantial ba. Okay, substantial yung pagkakaiba noong bank documents na galing doon sa small lady at doon sa original documents na hawak ng PS Bank. If substantial, ang sinasabi nitong, ibig sabihin ng substantial, kung masyado bang malayo yung bank documents na hawak ng PS Bank at saka yung naka-attach sa subpoena, no? Kung masyadong malayo yan, ay magdi-decide daw yung Senado kung tatanggapin yung ebidensya tungkol sa bank accounts. Rhea.
Okay. Joseph, maliban dun sa documents dun sa PS Bank, ano, meron pa bang unfinished business with respect to Article 2?
We're tying the loose ends now, no? Kasi ang sinasabi, remember na nag-Article 3 na tayo for a time.
Yes.
Kaya lang bumalik tayo kasi parang na-delay yung pag-i-issue ng subpoena. So, itong ginagawa natin sa bank documents, we're tying up na lamang yung loose ends for Article 2 and we can proceed after this dun sa Article 3. Ang inaasahan pa from the PS Bank ngayon ay yung logbook ng PS Bank kasi ang sinasabi is, okay, kanino galing yung document? Ang sinasabi ng PS Bank is that dalawa lang ang pwedeng source niyan according to their standard operating procedures, either sa head office or sa branch manager. Sa branch office, no? Sa branch office merong sistema. Pag ina-access mo yung mga depositors account, merong dalawang tao na kaya lamang magbukas nun at inililista yan sa pamamagitan ng isang logbook kung sino yung mga nag-a-access. So yung logbook ay hinihingi na rin ng Senado and yun din yung assignment nila na dalhin ngayong araw. Ivan?
Joseph, sino-sino mga witnesses ang asahan natin ngayon? Magbabalik yung iba? Go ahead.
Yung dalawa kahapon, si Annabel Chongson, PS Bank, Katipunan Avenue Branch Manager, at saka si Pascual Garcia III, who is the President of PS Bank. Rhea.
Joseph, what do you know about reports na after Article 2, 3 and 7 na lang ang susunod na tatalakayin?
Yun nga yung lumulutang dito, no? Kasi dalawa yung options ng prosecution. Sinasabi nitong si Representative Miro Kimbo is that dalawa yung schools of thought, kumbaga, o dalawa yung pwede nilang puntahan. Una, 237 ang makikita nating ipipresent nila dito sa impeachment trial court, at yung succeeding na 5 ay by way of depositions na lamang. Ibig sabihin, mga documents na lamang yan na ipapakita nila at itatatakan, tapos sa papanumpaan. Or, ang pwede rin mangyari is total abandonment noong 5 other articles. So, 237, tapos yung the rest, hindi na sila magpipresenta ng ebidensya on the 5. Pero, wala pa daw desisyon ang prosecution kung anong ruta yung gagawin nila. Ang sabi ni Representative Kimbo is that right now, they would want to finish, or they would want to present evidence on all 8. Maaring ang mangyayari lamang ay full-blown trial sa 2, 3, and 7. Depositions na lamang yun sa 5 iba pang articles.
Kasi marami na ring senator judges ang nababagalan talaga sa takbo ng proseso.
At the rate we're going, 1 month per article.
So, Article 2.
Are we looking at an 8-month trial, Joseph?
Wag naman sana, pero yung kanina, no, yung ilang dalawang senator yata ay nagpahayag, si Senator Coco Pimentel at saka si TJ Gengona, na parang kahit sila ay medyo nababagalan din sa pag-usad noong impeachment trial, Ivan.
Okay.
Alright. Maraming salamat, Joseph Morong, at babalikan ka lang namin maya-maya.
Samantala, balikan natin ang mga naganap sa paglilitis kahapon. Muling sumalang sa witness stand ng PS Bank Katipunan Branch Manager na si Annabel Tiongson, at doon muli niyang pinanindigang peke ang dokumentong nakuha ng prosekusyon na umano'y naglalaman ng impormasyon tungkol sa time deposit accounts ni Chief Justice Corona sa PS Bank.
Pero sa pagtatanong ni Senador Jinggoy Estrada, naungkat ang umano'y ugnayan ng pamilya ni Tiongson sa pamilya ni Lead Prosecutor Niel Tupas Jr. Pinsan kasi ni Tiongson ang dating tumakbo sa pagka-vice-gobernador ng Iloilo at naging running mate ng kapatid ni Tupas. Pero parehong itinanggi ni Tiongson at Tupas na magkakilala sila.
Muli ring sumalang si PS Bank President Pascual Garcia III at kinumpirma mga umano'y pagkakaiba sa dokumento ng prosekusyon sa original records na hawak ng bangko. Agad hiniling ni Senator Franklin Drilon sa impeachment court na ipadala kay Garcia ang original na signature card para maikumpara sa isinumite ng prosekusyon. Pero tinangka itong harangin ng abogado ng PS Bank dahil nakahalo raw sa card ang detalye ng dollar accounts ni Corona na sakop ng inilabas na temporary restraining order ng Korte Suprema. Sa huli, nagpa siya ang presiding officer na ipadala ang original na dokumento, pero tanging bahagi lamang ng peso bank accounts ang ipapakita sa Korte. At sa punto po ito, para sa mas malalim na pagtingin sa proseso ng impeachment trial ni Chief Justice Corona, makakasama natin muli ang legal expert na si Attorney Henner Asuncion.
Magandang hapon po at welcome back, Attorney Asuncion.
Good afternoon.
Kayo din ba ay nababagalan na? Kasi ito na, nagpahayag na rin yung mga senator judges natin. Article 2, Mansari
Happy
today.
Mansari, Attorney Asuncion.
Happy na
Nakakaisang
ba?
banaw tayo sa trial na to.
Are you happy with how things are going?
Medyo nga mabagal.
Attorney, your thoughts dun sa pinagtalunan kahapon na bank documents. Kiniklaim nitong branch manager ng presidente ng PS Bank, peke itong mga dokumento, but the senators are not convinced.
So there's supposed to be comparison now with the originals of the bank documents at saka yung question document. Unang-una yung signature. So makikita natin ngayon kung talagang fake yung documents na inattach ng prosecution doon sa request for the issuance of subpoena. Yon yung mga annexes doon. Yan yung sinasabi na fake.
Kanino ho ang burden of proof? Sinasabi ng prosecution, may nagbigay sa amin na
Small
specifically
lady.
si Congressman Umali, may nagbigay sa akin small lady. Sinasabi naman ni branch manager, peke ho yan. Sino ang dapat magpatunay na tunay itong dokumento o peke ito?
Itong prosecution. Kasi ang assessment, they are asserting that these documents which they attach as annexes to the request for the issuance of subpoena, authentic. At sabi pa na hanggat hindi nasasubmit yung originals from the bank, hindi mo masasabi na fake yan.
Ayun nga, attorney, di ba, ang kailangan mag-authenticate itong mga tao ng bangko. Pero mismo mga tao ng bangko nagsasabi na peke ito.
Yeah,
so, paano? Who will authenticate the evidence?
The original should be presented for the appreciation of the impeachment court. Titingnan nila yan. Sa naked eye, makikita mo naman kung talagang there's a great disparity or variance between the question document at saka yung original document. kung there's a substantial similarity, there are substantial similarities, baka they will not consider the question document as a fake or a forged document. At lumalabas na doon sa entries ng question document, yung annexes, yung mga account numbers, nagko-correspond doon sa account numbers, doon sa bank documents. Probably in the physical form, there might be some change or etc. But the integrity of the document, which is supposed to be questioned, as a forgery, is not destroyed when the original document is shown and compared with that question document.
How do we expect the document to be presented side by side dun sa original at yung photocopy? May mga dollar accounts daw ho kasi, tatakpan ho ba talaga to? Tulad ng sinadjust ni...
Iti-tape daw
ni Senate President Enrile?
Oo. Iti-tape daw yon yung mga dollar. Kasi ang lumalabas ata, yung isang document na yan, peso at saka dollar.
Yes.
Side by side. Ngayon, ang nakikita ko sa kanila, unang tinitingnan nila yung signature. Yung signature doon sa question document at saka signature doon sa original. Titingnan nila yon. Kung pareho ang signature dyan, one score na yon. Titingnan ngayon yung mga entrada. Yung entries doon sa question document at saka entries dito sa original document at pareho nagko-correspond. Apparently, pakyan ganyan ang proof na authenticity niyan insofar as the question document is concerned.
Anong differences ho yung sinasabi ng branch manager? There are differences, may alterations.
Right.
What would be significant differences?
Titingnan natin unang-una yung account number. Kung talagang malayo o ibang-iba doon sa original bank document insofar that account number is concerned. And then the signature, which is at the top of the issue here, kung talagang nagva-vary yan, hindi pareho, malayo talaga yung signature doon sa question document, kesa doon sa original document, with the original or authentic signature, madidemolish na yung integrity ng yan, yung question document. Kasi yan ang nagiging vital
Yes. And attorney, kapag nagkatugma po yung mga entries, ito na, admissible ba yung mga previous testimonies sa mga bank officers based on the subpoena from the allegedly fake document? Admissible na ho yun?
Yeah, we are talking here of the document itself. Yung mga bank documents na sinasubmit nila ngayon pursuant to the subpoena, these are considered exhibits. They are marked already at this time. Now, this will be formally offered after the prosecution has concluded its presentation of evidence. It will be at that time where the question of admissibility of these documents, documentary evidence of the prosecution, will be assessed or evaluated by the impeachment court because we expect the defense to contest or to dispute those documents. Magruroon ngayon yung impeachment court. At this time, we are not being technical, but we just want to be precise. At this time, itong mga papeles na ito, they are considered as exhibits.
Yes.
Yet to be formally presented.
As
That's the rule.
evidence.
Attorney, kung magkatugma itong original at itong pinipresenta nga ng prosekusyon, sinasabi nga ng mga bank officers na peke. May liability ba yung bank officers? Meron ba silang sanction dahil sinasabi nilang peke,
Hindi naman pala.
Hindi naman pala.
Well, look at this. Insofar as they are concerned, if there are variations dun sa question document compared with the original documents, in their perception, yung variance or variations na yan, fake na sa kanila. Now, pag lumalabas ang assessment ng impeachment court, so there's a class, na there are variances here, but they are not so substantial or towering as to overcrowd yung integrity
yung content,
nila,
yung nilalaman.
Content, compared doon, hindi naman pwedeng sabihin na nagsinungaling ngayon. Kasi that's their perception.
Yes.
Sa kanila, konting variation na ganyan, hindi ka mukha ng original.
Right.
Baka na iba yung format. Si Senator Estrada went as far as saying na, sa opinion ko, authentic, legitimate.
It's a faithful
document.
reproduction. Kanya, that is his perception. Kasi sa bako, masisela ng mga yan. Konting variation lang, mga numbers, mga letters, etc. To them, this is not original.
Ang mahirap dyan, pagka peke naman. Ano naman ang implication nun, attorney? Paano magiging takbo ngayon ng trial kung gano'n ang mangyari?
Kung fake yan, fake yung annex dun sa request for the issuance of the subpoena, the impeachment court will require, as it has required already, the prosecution to explain first ang source ng annexes yan. Second, now, kung forged yan, explain kung bakit forged yan. In other words, we are looking now at the disciplinary trend o trail dito sa prosecution kung lumalabas talaga forgery yung annexes nila. See, but so far as the documents presented by the bank, ito ay authentic talaga, this could be considered as evidence. Remember, yung annexes dun sa request for the issuance of the subpoena, hindi evidence yun. Hindi evidence. Ang evidence talaga itong bank documents. Now, will be presented now. I think they'll be adopted by the prosecution. No? Kasi ang nagpapa-examine ngayon ang Senado. No? So, itong gagawing ebidensya, hindi yung annexes doon sa request. Kasi itong authentic Itong gagawing dokumento or ebidensya ng prosecution.
Attorney, kahapon lumutang din ho yung possibility daw ng mistrial, or at least that is the allegation that the defense is setting the stage for a possible mistrial. What are your thoughts on this, attorney?
Paano magkakaroon ng mistrial dito? Kasi this is an impeachment. No? Even in regular courts, yung mistrial na yan, of course, it involves what they call denial of due process. If there's a denial of due process, definitely the judgment of conviction, in criminal cases in particular, in question na yan.
Okay.
Alimbawa, acquitted, ganun din. You remember the case of Galmanyo sa Sandigan Bayan before? Di ba? Di ba nagkaroon ng acquittal? Yung involved dun sa assassination ni Senator Aquino, di ba? Pagkatapos ni-review ng Korte Suprema, sabi nila, we were already acquitted. Under the rules, under the law, hindi pwede yung i-review ninyo ulit, double jeopardy. Lumabas ang resolution ng Korte Suprema noon, sabi nila, pero merong kwan dito, mga falsities, merong impositions, may influences ang presidente sa conduct ng proceedings. One. Two, yung tanod bayan noon, partial sa mga akusado. So lumalabas talaga, there was no fair trial. There was rather a sham or mock trial. Therefore, yung double jeopardy na sinasabi, hindi applicable. Nagbago ngayon, decision ng Korte Suprema.
But in this case,
ito naman, impeachment, I don't foresee any mistrial here. Yung due process na sinasabi, of course, they can always allege due process.
Bias, they can allege
due
bias.
process niyan, denial is, in due process simply means that you are given your day.
Yes.
In other words, you present your evidence, contrary to the evidence presented against you, you are not barred, you are not impaired like that. O tinitingnan nilang due process violation here, yung partiality daw ng 4 na senador in favor of the prosecution. Yan ang nagiging base nila na denial of due process because of partiality.
Yes, Attorney, lumutang na nga kanina, nasabi ng reporter namin na si Joseph Morong, na may posibilidad o na pag-uusapan na ilang artikulo na lang ang i-discuss nila at i-forgo na yung mga ibang articles of impeachment. Pwede nga ba yun?
I got that information also some time ago that after Article 2, they'll go to Article 3, yung mga flip-flopping, entanglement ni Mrs. Corona, doon sa John Hay, at saka yung mga favoritisms, etc. Yes. They've already started presenting evidence there. And then they go to Article 7. Yung Article 7, yung TRO. Remember the TRO issued by the Supreme Court? Against the departure of GMA. Remember? yung mga conditions daw, hindi pa na-complied with, pagkatapos, i-enforce na, TRO, something like that. I heard they'll be migrating from Article 2 to Article 3, then to the end, Article 7. Yung atang ibang artikulo, yung Article 1, mukhang mag-gloss over na tayo.
Ano yung attorney? I-request yan ng prosecution na ito na lang po ang iano namin, ay pepresenta namin, o manggagaling sa senator judges na...
No.
Ito na.
The senator, the prosecution, because that's their complaint, and it is the burden to prove their complaints in these specific articles. Hanggang dito na lang kami, 2, 3, 7. Kung sa paningin nila, sufficiente na yon, okay na. Kasi, pag sufficiente ng isang article, at nakikita nila yung prueba doon, sufficiente nila, a judgment of conviction may be rendered. Alimbawa, Article 2, hindi pa, kulang pa. Doon sa Article 3, sa tingin nila yung ebidensya malakas, na pwedeng magkaroon ng conviction, the Senate could render...
Isang conviction lang ho yung kailangan nila.
Isang conviction lang, hindi naman lahat. So, isa lang dito sa 3 articles na sabi ng impeachment court, guilty, tapos na.
Pero that's one way of looking at it. Pero may perception na, hindi nyo siguro kayang suportahan yung 5 pang ibang artikulo, kaya tumitigil kayo sa 7.
It may be like that, but you know, we leave it. We leave that burden to the prosecution. Nakikita nila, kamukha sa Article 2, doon sa Salen, ano sa tingin namin dito? Yung kailangan dito naman pakita na yung hindi truthful, hindi accurate, yung Salen because of these acquisitions, etc. No? Kung sa tingin nila, sufficient na yun, that's the burden. Kasi under the Senate ruling before resolution, bawal sila magpresenta ng ebidensya doon sa article, sa paragraph
2.4.
2.4,
Yes,
yung
ill-gotten.
But, ang nagiging resulta yun, yung ebidensya doon sa Salen, it is 2.3, baka magbibigay ng presumption which would apply to 2.4. See, the presumption there is pag manifestly out of proportion yung acquisitions mo o assets as stated in the Salen, for instance, kesa doon sa official income mo, pag-flicker na yung presumption, na unlawfully acquired yung assets, papasok na yung 2.4. See?
Paano nga ba, malinaw na ho ba, attorney, kung paano boboto ang mga senator judges natin? Dahil per article, marami kasing allegations Pwedeng yung iba, nag-comply si Chief Justice, pero dito, hindi. Tapos dito, nag-comply. So, paano yun? Paano nila magbobotohan yun?
We are talking here about 23 senators, judges. Sa isang article, they'll be voting on the article. Article 2. May mga components yan. Kaya inalis nila yung 2.4. Because, that would constitute really a separate article. Naka-merge na dito Kaya, kung titingnan nila, yung Salen mismo, hindi truthful, etc., nasa kanila yon. Is this sufficient ground for conviction under Article 2? Kasi, when paragraph 2.3 is proven, I repeat, yung presumptions under the law, magpi-flicker na. You don't have to prove by evidence yung 2.4 of ill-gotten wealth. There arises already presumption at law, but that presumption is not conclusive. It could be rebutted by the defense.
Okay. Attorney, ilagay lang po natin sa perspective. Ito hong inaasahan natin ngayon na pagpipresenta ng mga bank documents, ano hong kinalaman nito sa Article 2 para sa kapakanan lang po ng ating mga manonood?
Yung mga bank deposits, kung meron talagang bank deposits, at itong bank deposits hindi nakalagay doon sa assets as required in the Salen.
So, butas na dun sa truthfulness and accuracy nung SALN.
Oo, papasok dun yan. Part of the assets here, kasi yung real property assets and the personal assets and yung mga bank accounts, kasama ito eh.
Okay.
Alright.
Putulin po muna natin pansamantala ang ating talakayan. Tuloy-tuloy po ang balitaan dito sa GMA News TV. Patuloy na iniimbestigahan ng Bureau of Corrections sa nangyaring riot sa New Bilibid Prison sa Muntinlupa kagabi, kung saan isang inmate ang namatay at 3 iba pang sugatan matapos tamaan ng mga bato sa riot. Dead on the spot si Edwin Soriano matapos tamaan ng mga bato at nagtamuraw ng saksak. Sumiklab ang riot nang magkainitan umano ang ilang inmate na miyembro ng 2 gang habang naglalaro ng basketball. Si Soriano na miyembro umano ng Commando Gang at nagsilbing referee sa naturang laro ay nakainitan daw ng isa sa mga coach na nagmula naman sa Sputnik Gang. Inilipat na sa kulungan sa Occidental Mindoro ang mga hinihinalang nagpasimula ng riot. Naka-red alert pa rin ang National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council o NDRRMC dahil sa epekto ng masungit na panahong dulot ng low pressure area sa bahagi ng Mindanao. Base sa pinakabagong tala ng NDRRMC, umabot na sa mahigit 500 residente ang inilikas dahil sa pananalasa ng low pressure area. Ang mga apektadong pamilya ay nagmula sa Caraga Region at Region 10. At yan po ang iba pang malalaking balita sa oras na ito. Balik tayo sa ating talakayan kasama si Attorney Asuncion. Nakakuha ko tayo ng impormasyon mula kay Joseph Moro na kadarating lamang ng mga senador about 5 minutes ago. Kaya natagalan yung pagsisimula na dapat alas 2 ng hapon.
Balikan natin yung sinasabi nyo, no? At Attorney, kung magkaroon lang ng discrepancy dito sa, let's say, bank documents at dito sa idineklara sa SALN, yung tanong lumulutang na gaano kalaking discrepancy, yung masasabing pwede nating pagbigyan at discrepancy na medyo sobra naman.
Ano yung acceptable, kumbaga?
Really, if the discrepancies are really very substantial, very material, that this question document, which they claim to be authentic, is destroyed of its integrity, wala nang value yun. Useless. In other words, nakrampol ngayon ng original bank documents itong question document. Crumpled. Wala nang base yun. No substance. No use at all.
Alright, exciting itong Day 19. Abangan po natin. No? Nagsisimula na po ang impeachment proceedings.
Panoorin po natin ito.
Bigyan niyo kami ng lakas ng loob at tibay ng damdamin upang labanan ang kasamaan. Dahil kayo ang aming lakas at kalasag, ang aming liwanag at kaligtasan. In these times of great trials, grant us, Lord, another new day to thank you for a new life and strength to move forward. Take over our iniquities and spread your mantle of love and kindness, especially to those who are in the dark and in despair. Let the light of the Holy Spirit kindle into our hearts the need for understanding, respect, and humility. Amen.
Amen. The Secretary may please call the roll of senators.
The Honorable Senator Judges Angara, Arroyo, Cayetano Allen Peter Compañero, Cayetano Pia, Defensor Santiago, Drilon, Ejercito Estrada, Escudero, Gingona, Honasan, Lacson, Lapid, Ligarda, Marcos, Osmeña, Pangilinan, Pimentel, Recto, Revilla, Soto, Trillanes, Villar, the Senate President.
With 22 senator judges present, the presiding officer declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, may I ask the Sergeant-at-Arms to make the proclamation?
Sergeant-at-Arms is directed to make the proclamation.
All persons are commanded to keep silent under pain of penalty while the Senate is sitting in trial on the articles of impeachment against Chief Justice Renato Corona.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the February 15, 2012 Journal of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court and consider the same as approved.
Is there any objection? There being none, the Journal of the February 15, 2012 hearing is hereby approved. The Secretary may now please call the case.
Case number 002-2011 in the matter of impeachment trial of Honorable Chief Justice Renato C. Corona.
Majority Floor Leader.
The appearances, Mr. President, may we ask the respective counsels for their appearances?
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Mr. President. For the prosecution panel of the House of Representatives, same appearances.
Noted. The defense.
For the defense, Your Honor, the same appearance.
Noted.
Mr. President.
Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, we are still in Article 2. We have pending questions from the Senator judges to the witnesses, Ms. Annabel Tiongson, branch manager of the PS Bank, Katipunan branch, and the representative of the BPI, Ayala branch, and also the president of the PS Bank, Mr. President. So may we ask the prosecution for the continuation?
Yes, Your Honor.
The prosecution may proceed to call their witnesses.
Yesterday, the president of the PS Bank was commanded by the Honorable Presiding Officer to come back
Mr. President,
this afternoon.
Yeah.
With due respect,
Majority
Mr.
Floor
President.
Leader.
Yes. May we recognize Miriam Defensor Santiago, Mr. President?
The lady senator from Iloilo, Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago.
Thank you. May I pose this question to the lead prosecutor, please?
Proceed.
Mr. Prosecutor, is the witness on the witness stand your witness for the prosecution? The person who is testifying that the attachments, meaning to say what appear to be fax or Xerox copies of the application form of the defendant for his bank accounts, are these the documents that you refer to in your supplemental petition?
That's the document
That's
that we
right.
refer to, that's Annex A, but we did not mark it as our evidence, Your Honor.
Oh, on that point, may I please just enter into the record the rule. The rule is that evidence must be offered at the time that that the testimony of the witness has reached that point. We don't have to make for a formal offer in writing of the evidence of the prosecution or of the defense. The offer of evidence is always at the time when the document is fiscally presented to the court. That is just a parenthetical view. Now, I would like to know this. That witness is your witness, isn't that so? And your witness appears to have turned into a hostile witness because your asseveration or your argument is, in the prosecution panel, your argument is that your attachments to the supplemental petition are genuine. And your witness is testifying that they are fake. That's why this afternoon we are all holding our breath so that we can compare the two copies. Isn't that so?
With respect to the witnesses, the two witnesses, namely Ms. Tiongson and Mr.
Yes.
Pascual,
Right.
they are our witnesses insofar as to produce the documents that we have
Right.
asked. But it's the documents those are the documents in possession and marked as exhibit.
Counsel, the question to you, do you want these witnesses to be considered as hostile witnesses?
At this point, no, Your Honor.
So you are not treating them as a hostile witnesses.
As of now, Your Honor, no.
All right?
All right. So if she later produces documents which tend to prove their allegations that their original copies in their bank vaults that they are now going to produce before us this afternoon are correct, and there are discrepancies, as has already been testified by these witnesses, between your attachments, which purport to be copies of the originals, and the originals that they will bring, then, in effect, they will turn into hostile witnesses. Isn't that so? Because they will then controvert your own allegation.
That's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, then they will turn into hostile witnesses.
Yes.
May I warn the witness that if you do not consider these witnesses as hostile witnesses, any adverse statement made by them adverse to your position as prosecution will be binding on you.
Yes, Your Honor.
So it's a decision you have to make.
That's why, Your Honor, as of now, our decision is we don't consider the witnesses hostile, but we just reserve later on the prerogative of the prosecution to make the necessary action, Your Honor.
Well, I'm just trying to help you, counsel. This is sometimes allowed for a judge when the proceedings tend to be one-sided. I am just going to enter into the record the rules on evidence concerning a witness who happens to become hostile in the course of her testimony. If she becomes a hostile witness, then you file a motion with our presiding officer to consider her a hostile witness. That way, you gain the right to impeach her, or you gain the right to ask her leading questions, even on direct. But if you insist now that she is your witness and never ask that she be considered as adverse, then you cannot impeach your own witness. You will then be bound later on by the comparisons on whether the two sets of documents are fake or genuine. You'll be bound by what she says. That is my warning to you. This is just trying to be helpful to you.
Thank you very much
do
for
you
that.
Understand the rule with respect to this kind of witness?
We do understand, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you for that, Honorable Senator, Lady Senator from Iloilo.
Just to avoid further argumentation later on this point. Counsel, do you notice that when a person or a witness testifies on the witness stand about a record, that in effect is testimony on hearsay, because he or she did not actually perform the entries there. She's just presenting some other person's work. So in effect, she's presenting hearsay evidence. Yes. Now, witness, let me bring you to our happy memories of the UP College of Law. What did you learn in law school about hearsay evidence? It is generally prohibited except
the exceptions.
All right.
To the rules.
What exception are you going to cite now in favor of your witnesses, since you claim they are prosecution witnesses?
Yeah. We reserve that. We reserve to cite that later, Your Honor.
No, the answer to the question is that you lay the foundation so that even if she did not accomplish the forms herself, the evidence will be admitted, because this is an exception to the hearsay rule. So when you call the witness, I will request the majority leader that I should be called first, so that I will show you, counsel, how to lay the foundation. I read the journal yesterday, and you did not do that. If you don't lay the foundation for the authenticity of a document, which in effect constitutes hearsay, then it cannot be admitted. I will wait for you to call your witness.
Thank you so much for that. From yesterday, the president of the PS Bank, Mr. Pascual Garcia, was commanded by the Honorable Presiding Officer to appear today at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Is he here now?
We were informed that he is here, Your Honor.
All right,
Mr. President,
bring him in and put him on the witness stand under the same oath.
Ano, abulin ko ba? Ayaw mo na. Mr. President,
Majority Floor Leader.
we have not really an objection, but a point being raised by one of the members of the court, Senator Osmeña. May we recognize him? I believe he thinks that it should be the branch manager who should be called in first.
All right. What's the pleasure of the gentleman from Cebu?
Thank you, Mr. President. If you will recall, yesterday, Ms. Johnson declined to testify on the documents that we had subpoenaed her to bring yesterday, because she said she was not familiar because the documents had been sent to the head office. And so I asked her to familiarize herself with them last night and to return today at 2. So therefore, may I request that the court calls for Ms. Johnson to the witness stand first, then later on the President, Mr. Garcia. Thank you, Mr.
May I now direct the prosecution to comply with the request of the gentleman from Cebu, instead of the President, the first witness to take this stand ought to be the manager of the Katipunan branch of the bank involved.
We comply, Your Honor.
Proceed. And may I direct the President to stay in the on those seats at the back, on his back, so that he will be readily available to be asked questions in the course of the testimony of Ms. Johnson.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, Ms. Annabelle Johnson is here, we were informed.
Put her on the witness stand under the same oath. Counsel for the prosecution, proceed. Senator Smenya, I think, still has the floor to ask questions on the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson, yesterday, when this representation asked you if you had complied with the subpoena and brought all the peso savings account, current accounts, time deposits, certificate of deposit, settlement accounts, investment management and trust accounts, unit investment trust funds, mutual funds, and I know you're not, you don't sell mutual funds in the PS Bank, and any all other financial instruments offered by the Philippine Savings Bank in the name of Chief Justice Corona. Did you bring those documents with you, Ms. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Johnson, would you like to present them to the court, please?
I have with me certifications on the accounts, peso accounts. Will I go through them, Your Honor, one by one?
Yes, please. For the record, state the number of the account, the type of account it is, when it was opened, and the balance as of December 31st of those various years, 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, and 2010.
These are peso accounts, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then they are linked to a particular PS bank account number in the name of the respondent.
Your Honor, they are all independent accounts.
Independent accounts. Okay, but proceed.
The first account number requested was 089-121-017-358. Under the account name Renato Coronado Corona, the account type is peso time deposit with opening date on January 26, 2009. The opening balance is 2,100,000. The closing date is April 16, 2009. The balance says as of December 31, 2002, based on the record, is none because the account was not yet opened. On December 31, as of December 31, 2003, the account was not yet opened. The December 31, 2004, the account was not yet opened. The balance as of December 31, 2005, account was not yet opened. As of December 31, 2006, account was not yet opened. As of December 31, 2007, account was not yet opened. As of December
Ms.
31...
Tiongson,
yes, sir.
you don't have to go to those
Okay.
years when the account was not yet opened. Just tell us what was the balance on December 31st, 2009, and on December 31st, 2010.
The balance based on the record as of December 31, 2009 is 0. The balance as of December 31, 2010 is 0.
All right. Would you like to go to the next account?
The next account is 089-121-019-593. Based on the record, it's under the name of Renato Corona. The account type is peso time deposit. The opening date is December 22, 2009. The opening balance is 8,500,000. The closing date is December 12, 2011. So I'll start, Your Honor, with the balance as of December 31, 2009, which is 8,500,000. The balance as of December 31, 2010 is 12,580,316.56, and the balance as of December 31, 2011 is 0. Your Honor.
All right. Next account, please.
I'll go to the next account with account number 089-121-02-0122. Based on the record, it's under the account name Renato Corona. The account type is peso time deposit. The opening date is March 4, 2010. The opening balance is 3,700,000. The closing date is April 23, 2010. I'll start with 2010. The balances as of December 31, 2010, based on the record, is 0.
Next account, please.
The next account is with account number 089-121-02-1681. Based on the records, the account is under the account name Renato Corona. The account type is peso time deposit, with opening date on September 1, 2010. The opening balance of 7,090,099.45. The closing date is December 12, 2011. The balances as of December 31, 2010 is 7,148,238.83. The balance as of December 31, 2011 is 0.
Very good. Next account, please.
The next account is with account number 089-121-011-957. The record shows that it's under the account name of Renato Corona. The account type is peso time deposit. The opening date is May 16, 2007. The opening balance was 2 million. The closing date was October 2, 2008. The balances as of December 31, 2007, based on the record, is 5,018,255.26. As of December 31, 2008, the balance was 0.
Thank you for that. Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
are there any other accounts?
Your Honor, I also have here a bank certification signed by the President. May I just read it,
Yes, please.
Your Honor? Gentlemen, it's dated February 14, 2012. This is to certify that Renato Corona has no peso account with Philippine Savings Bank that is classified as Investment Management and Trust Accounts, or IMA, Unit Investment Trust Accounts, Trust Funds, or UITF, and Mutual Funds. This certification is issued in compliance with the subpoena ad testificandum and duces tecum dated 13 February 2012 for whatever legal purpose it may serve.
Thank you.
Signed by the President.
Now, does Justice Renato C. Corona have any other accounts of whatever kind in PS Bank, aside from those 5 accounts, and aside, not mentioning the dollar accounts?
May I consult my, sir,
Yes,
I don't
please.
have the records, sir, I'm sorry.
Okay.
To my knowledge, Your Honor, I do not know, but these are the only ones that I have on hand.
Those are the ones you have on hand. You do not know. You're not saying there is none.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That's all for this witness, Mr. President. I would like to reserve my right to propound questions of the President, Mr. Garcia, when the time comes.
You want to do it now? We will discharge the.
Mr. President, please.
If it please the court, yes.
If is the prosecution through with this witness? Senator from Iloilo.
As I pointed out earlier, this testimony is hearsay because she was not the one who actually entered these into the records or actually received the money. But as I said, if you lay the foundation, then her testimony will become an exception to the rule against hearsay. I promised that I would show how to lay the foundation with this witness, and I will proceed to do so under the time-honored tradition in the courtroom that if the lawyer is going to miss something extremely important to his case, the judge may step in and show the way, and then after that turn it over to the prosecution. So please allow me to lay the foundation. Ms. Witness, did you recently receive a subpoena directing your bank to produce certain documents at this trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
You received a subpoena. And you have been reading out these records to us. What are these records? What are they called? What are they entitled?
Based on the record, it's called bank certification.
Oh,
Your
those
Honor.
are bank certifications. All right. What use does your company make of these kinds of certifications?
These are usually issued, Your Honor, for whatever purpose that is being served.
That's a very vague specification. Tell your legal manager in the bank not to use that anymore. It's completely useless. It should have said that it was issued for the purpose of this impeachment hearing. So we'll so consider it.
Your Honor, it says here that this certification is issued upon the request of the impeachment court through subpoena ad testificandum et duces tecum addressed to the branch manager of PS Bank Katipunan.
We already read out the information to us, so we already know what kind of information is contained in that certification. So let me ask you, who receives and enters the information on these certifications? Who receives them in the first place?
For
in your
this
bank, what is your bank
particular-
practice?
For my branch, Your Honor, I can only speak for my branch.
Yes.
But for this particular case, when I received the subpoena, I endorsed it to the President.
No.
And then he was the one who...
You are not responding to my question. My question is, who receives and enters the information that you have just read out to us? How do you know that this certain bank account has this amount there? Who gives you that information? Originally, a clerk in your head office, a computer that generates the information. Who gives you the information?
I honestly do not know, Your Honor, right now.
Perhaps prosecution will know because it's your prosecution witness. Normally, in your banking practice, who would know the information? For example, I think you call it initial balance or new account balance. When you open and you deposit money to open an account, then it is entered in your records. Who enters these records? Who accepts the money that is considered an opening balance? So one of your clerks there, isn't that so?
The new accounts clerk, Your Honor, will enter the information, and then the money will be received by the teller, Your Honor.
Yes. And they're the ones who enter the information in your computer system. Would that be correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. That's why we are trying to prove that although you're not the person who received the money, and although you're not the person who received the information from the client, still you can be a reliable witness. That is what we are trying to do. When do these clerks, these new accounts managers, and other functionaries of the bank fill out these certifications? How was the certification made, for example?
For this particular case, Your Honor, since a lot of information are required, and it's a special kind of certification, so it's only upon the instruction of the President that this was issued, Your Honor.
But who normally drafts that certification?
Normally in the branch, in our practice in the branch, we have the new accounts clerk would normally prepare it, and the officer will approve it through the system, Your Honor.
Which officer will approve it?
The branch service and control officer, Your Honor.
And then what happens to the certification? Do you keep it on file, or is it sufficient that you just issue it as commanded by the court?
As far as I know, Your Honor, I haven't received any from the court. But normally, bank certifications, in my experience, were issued based on requests from clients for visa purposes. That's it. But for court purposes, I haven't had that experience, Your Honor.
All right. Let me ask another question. When the depositor first opens his account, he is asked to fill up certain forms. Isn't that so?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. What happens to those application forms? There are quite a number of them. What happens to those
there
forms?
There will be two.
After the money has been received, what happens to those application
forms? There
forms?
are two sets of opening forms, Your Honor, and one is kept in the branch and one is kept in the head office.
All right. What ultimately happens to these two copies, one in the branch and one in the head office? What ultimately happens to them?
I can only speak for the branch, Your Honor.
All right.
We will keep them in the filing cabinet inside the vault, Your Honor.
I see. And how long does your bank keep these forms? How long? For how long? 5 years?
For as long as they're still open, even after they're closed. So, I think within 5 years.
About more or less 7 years. That's usual bank practice, isn't that so?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now you have been qualified to testify, and you are now being accepted. Your testimony is now acceptable to the record, even if what you're testifying on is technically hearsay. Counsel, take note.
Thank you, Madam Senator Judge, for the authentication. Mr. President, we would like just to mark the bank certifications presented to this court today by the witness as our exhibits, Your Honor. Can we mark the bank certification pertaining to account number 089-121-01-7358 as Marlene?
Last exhibit na.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor, to view the documents.
You may.
Susunod.
Your Honor, the witness presented several documents which we would like to mark. We'd like to mark the bank certification dated February 14, 2012 as acceptable B.
Will you identify the account number?
The account number,
to which
Your Honor.
that document is linked.
The certification of February 14 is pertaining to account number 089-121-01-7358, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit Septuple Nunapol B, Your Honor. The next document of even date, Your Honor, pertains to account number 089-121-01-9593 as Nonapol C, Your Honor.
Proceed. Mark them accordingly.
The next document, Your Honor, of even date of February 14 pertains to account number 089-121-02-0122, Your Honor. And we request that it be marked as Nonapol D.
Mark it accordingly.
Your Honor, the next bank certification we'd like to mark, Your Honor, is again dated February 14, 2012, and this pertains to account number 089-121-021681, Your Honor. And we request that it be marked as Nonapol E, Your Honor.
Mark it accordingly.
And the next document, Mr. President, pertains to account number 089-121-011-957, and we request that it be marked as Nonapol F, Your Honor.
Mark it accordingly.
That will be all, Mr. President.
No testimonial evidence?
No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Counsel for the defense? The gentleman from Iloilo.
Just a suggestion, Mr. President, if it pleases the presiding officer and the members of our court. There were questions on the deposits that were pending and that will be asked of the president of the PS Bank. Before we ask questions on Annex A, just for an orderly presentation so that we don't lose track, can we just finish questions on the deposits, Mr. President? Just a suggestion for an orderly presentation and for us to follow the testimony.
What is your suggestion?
Senator Osmeña requested that he continues to ask questions on the deposits. which this witness has said she is not aware of, and presumably the president of the bank will know. Our suggestion, Mr. President, if it meets the approval of the court, is that we first finish questions related to the deposits before we go on the question of Annex A, which of the subpoena, which are the signature cards, which was the subject of a very lengthy discussion yesterday, just for an orderly presentation.
The question will be propounded to the witness, the Madam Johnson.
Yes, and to the PS Bank President, Mr. Garcia, sir.
Yeah, I think the gentleman from Cebu may do so first with respect to the witness, now on the witness stand, Ms. Johnson, and later on to the bank president.
Mr. President, with indulgence, Mr. President.
The gentleman from Taguig.
Gandang hapon, Mr. President. Yes. I just have some questions for the witness to follow up the questions of those who spoke before me, but I will not talk about Annex A. Ma'am, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Pakinarate nyo lang po, paano po nangyari dahil sabi nyo, pinadala nyo lahat ng record sa main branch, no? So
yes,
after getting the subpoena, what happened?
After getting the subpoena, I endorsed it to our president.
And then?
For proper action.
How did it lead up to the documents being sent to the main office?
It was requested by our
Yes,
president.
but can you narrate the event?
How?
Binigay po
May I request that we let the witness finish her answer so that it will be recorded. What was the answer of the witness?
It was requested, or if you say ordered by our president, that the documents be brought to the head office for proper safekeeping.
And you complied with that order?
Yes, Your Honor. It was, the documents were personally picked up by the senior officer.
Did you make an inventory of the documents that you forwarded to the head office attention of the president?
I did not personally do it, Your Honor.
But did anyone in your branch did it?
I will have to check on that, Your Honor.
You cannot just send a bunch of papers to the head office without listing what you are sending for your record purposes.
I wasn't personally there when the documents were picked up by the senior officer, Your Honor.
So it was picked up by a messenger from the head office from your branch.
Not a messenger, Your Honor, but a senior officer.
Who was that senior officer?
Our BBG head, Your Honor. Our branch banking group head.
What's her name?
It's Ismael Reyes, Your Honor. Ismael Reyes, Your Honor.
And did he sign for those documents?
Sorry, I am not aware of the receipt.
That's not your procedure?
I'm sure it's in the record, Your Honor. It's in the office.
Because I imagine as a matter of practice, documents passing from one branch to any branch or to the head office, you have to make a record of what was taken out from your office.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, proceed.
Yes. Can you please backtrack? Basically, the Senate President asked the questions I'd like to ask you. But so you got the subpoena, and then you informed the President. Then how did it lead up to sending the documents there? What happened after you informed the President of the subpoena?
After I informed him of the first subpoena, the documents were prepared. And
no, why was the documents prepared? Did he order you? Pakinarate mo lang yung paano nangyari yon. Don't leave things out para I don't keep asking the question. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead. Whatever you can recall.
Yes. Upon receipt of the subpoena, actually I received it in the head office. I was there when I received it. And I immediately went to him to personally show it to him. And then he said, he offered, don't worry, I'll Something like that. Not verbatim. Something like, don't worry. Parang he offered himself to be the one presenting, Your Honor, or taking the stand.
Then, is that where he said, then how did it lead up to getting the documents? Doon ba niya sinabing
that was
kunin?
before pa po. Because I think
So the documents were ordered to be retrieved before the subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor. When I think this impeachment court started to hear.
So even before the subpoena, pinakuha na lahat ng records?
Yes, Your Honor.
So ibig sabihin, yung records na pinadala, hindi mo sure kung lahat yun ay nasa subpoena or meron pang ibang accounts na wala sa subpoena?
Yes, Your
So
Honor.
everything and anything that has to do with accounts,
Yes.
pinakuha before the subpoena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Meaning your bank was expecting the subpoena?
That I cannot say, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
So can you say whether yung pinadala yung mga documents sa head office, ito yung mga accounts lang na, pesos lang peso accounts na diniscuss na dito, or there are other accounts?
I wouldn't recall, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
So you wouldn't know kung meron o wala. Meron ba kayong yung IMA SDA, investment management accounts?
We have SDA, but I think it's offered by trust. It's not really in the bank proper, Your Honor.
Yes, and meron din si CJ Corona nito, wala? Because Senator
I think it's
Serge
covered
asked you
by the
all of the...
No, Your Honor, because it's already covered by the certification that he has none.
He has none, okay. Then just a question on your records. Sabi nyo, di ba, may centralized kayo, may computerized yung inyong records, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the signature cards also, is there a digital copy inside the system?
For current and savings account, yes, Your Honor.
Yes. So meaning yung signature card, kahit wala na sa inyo yung records, it could have been printed out?
I cannot say that,
No,
Your Honor.
halimbawa, may dalang cheque galing from a client, pupunta sa inyo, di ba? Titignan mo sa computer yung kanyang signature at saka yung, di ba? Kasi na-digitalize na, may digital copy of the signature card, di ba? So, i-compare mo yung signature bago mo i-release yung
Pera.
ini-encash, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, since it's there inside the system, and since you can print out from your system katulad ng certification, you can actually print out the signature card.
I couldn't say, Your Honor.
Well, how can you print out other certifications but you cannot print out the...
There's a function there that says print.
But is that digital copy of the signature card only available in your branch or other branches of PS Bank?
For the current and savings, Your Honor, it can only be accessed upon a transaction.
Okay.
That's what I understand.
But sabi ng
of it.
presidente nyo kahapon, una kayo na nationwide in some services. So does that include in the encashment of checks?
Encashment of checks, yes.
And you do know that there is a print kahit meron kang security measure not to print out the document itself. You can print out the screen.
I guess so,
Yes.
Your Honor.
And last question dun sa pinag-aanuhan natin na dokumento, no? Yung ba one time lang fini-fill up o yung ilalim nun na may mga accounts, running form yon? Meaning kung may bagong account, dagdag ka ng dagdag doon. Is it like a doctor's record that every time you visit, dadagdagan dun sa ilalim? Or is it a one-time record, then you have a new record? That's my only question there, then I'll yield to Senator Osmeña.
What I know, Your Honor, is that upon initial account opening, the client fills it up. Regarding the subsequent account openings, I'm not really very familiar because I'm more on the marketing. But the operational side, it's the
So who would
branch
be
service
familiar
and
with that?
service
Who would
and
be
control
familiar with
officer.
that?
The branch service and control
Isn't
officer.
that most relevant? Kasi sabi nyo may mga nandun sa...
But as far as I know, we're not really required to write it down.
What I'm saying is that sinabi nyo kasi kahapon, meron na sa original na wala dito sa hawak natin dito sa court. Meron na sa court na wala sa original. But if it's a running form, it depends at what time mo tinignan ng form, which form nasaan yung form, di ba? That's why if you're not familiar with that would be very relevant to the discussion of whether or not yung entries na dagdagan. But anyway, I promise not to ask questions on that, and I'll yield to Senator Osmeña. Thank you, Mr. President.
May I just suspend for a moment the trial for personal reasons.
1 long minute? 10 long
Yes,
minutes?
pansamantala munang isususpende.
Baka may tumawag sa kanya.
Attorney, where was Senator Cayetano going with that line of questioning? Ano ho yung gusto niyang tumbukin doon?
The retrieval of the, what he says, digitalized signature cards. In other words, there's a possible of extraction along the way of the signature cards. And there's also a possibility that there could have been some alterations along the way which would affect the integrity of the documents.
Yun yung tinitrace niya yung pinanggalingan at lahat ng pinuntahan ng dokumento kung saan posibleng nag-leak.
Yes, and yung some sort of impurities doon sa document as compared with the original document of the bank.
Attorney, balikan ko lang yung mga unang nangyari. No? Tama ba yung naging desisyon ng prosecution na hindi itrato bilang hostile witness itong si Miss Annabel Chongson kahit medyo yung statement niya na nga is yung naunang statement niya na peke itong mga dokumento?
Yes, but I think it's correct kasi wala pa lumalabas dyan eh. Di ba open pa? So far as the authenticity of the annexes to the request for the issuance of subpoena is concerned. Kasi hindi pa lumalabas yung originals eh.
Pakipaliwanag nga po, Attorney, ano ho ba ang ibig sabihin ng hostile witness at bakit ho mahalaga na during the course of the trial, i-identify mong isang testigo bilang hostile witness?
Alright. Kasi ganito, if I take you in and present you as my witness, I expect you to testify in the matter supporting my case. And in the process, however, when you took the stand, you make or you testify something which contradicts yung purpose ko for calling you. In other words, instead of you testifying in my favor, you are now coming out with the statements that contradict yung mga statements in my favor, in the favor of my case. Ganun yan. Kaya hostile eh.
Okay.
Primero, kasi if from the beginning I know that you'll be an adverse witness, it will be an hostile witness, I'll never take you in as my witness.
Okay. Sa kasong pong ito, bakit mahalaga yung pinupunto ni Senadora Miriam kanina? Kailangan i-identify nyo kung hostile ito o hindi. Dahil you will be bound by her statements.
Exactly. Ang sinasabi kasi, that's in the possibility na yung testimony nitong bank president na yung annex or annexes doon sa request ay talagang forged. Therefore, maapektuhan ngayon yung request for subpoena, for issuance of subpoena nila. It's based on a forged document.
Okay.
See? So, they are confronted now with the problem before the impeachment court. O, bakit pinresenta ninyo itong forged document dito? In your request for subpoena, kanya. So, tatanungin ngayon, magiging hostile witness na ito. Magiging hostile witness na itong bank president. Kasi kontra doon eh. Ang gusto sabihin ng Kwanyon, whatever the witness here would say, binding doon. So, kailangan i-demolish mo yon, you lay the predicate, or you qualify this witness now as a hostile witness. Pag hostile witness now, sabi nga, you can ask leading questions, you can contradict this hostile witness with previous statements, contradicting his statements now. Ano ibig niya sabihin?
Attorney, doon naman tayo sa hearsay evidence. Ano bang ipinupunto dito ni Senator Santiago na, yun nga, yung sinasabi niya, dahil hindi itong mga bank officers na tumetestigo ang nag-accomplish mismo ng mga forms, mananatili siyang hearsay evidence. Mabigat ba?
Pero bago ninyo sagutin yan, Attorney, mukhang nagpapatuloy na po yung trial. Balikan na po natin. Balikan po natin yung tanong na yun mamaya, Attorney.
From the defense.
Senator Judge Drilon would like to propound questions later on of this witness with the permission of the court, Your Honor.
Well, the witness will remain in the courtroom, sit at the back, and wait for your turn to be called by the distinguished gentleman from Cebu. The president of the bank will have to take this witness stand.
Your Honor, please, we have some cross-examination questions on Mrs. Johnson, Your Honor. I was only out because I attend to a personal necessity.
So
and apologize.
You want Ms. Johnson to take the stand first?
No, Your Honor. I just want to manifest that we have not abandoned nor waived our right to
all right,
cross-examine.
we will recall her to the witness stand at that time when all other questions are finished, so that you can proceed your cross-examination uninterrupted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. President.
The President of the bank will now please take the witness stand.
Mr. President, may I make some point of clarification?
Who's? Yeah, the gentleman from the prosecution.
May we know, Mr. President, the right of counsels to propound further questions, because the record will show that the direct and the cross-examination and no direct was made, and the witness was discharged and was called back only for further questioning by senator judges.
The defense counsel, to defend his client, may cross-examine the witness, even if presented by a judge of this court, as a matter of fairness.
Yes,
Mr. As a matter of fairness, he's open to questions that will test the credibility of the witness.
May we then therefore be clarified, Mr. President, that insofar as this bank president is concerned, despite his having been discharged, we can also ask additional questions later.
If you want to do a redirect,
thank you, Mr.
Make the proper motion at the proper time.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Subject to the objection of the defense.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, so ordered. Proceed.
Mr. President, I would just like His Honor to remind the cameras about the order to be conscious about the privacy of the documents, given that this is the document that contains information on both foreign and local accounts. May we just ask the presiding officer to remind the media present on the instructions His Honor gave yesterday in the interest of the privacy of the clients of the bank. Thank you.
May I, for the last time, request the media people not to get surreptitiously a photo of the documents presented in this court. Otherwise, I'll be forced to exclude you from the trial. So ordered. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Garcia, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Mr. Garcia, you are, or you have you read the subpoena that was sent to Ms. Annabel Johnson of Branch Manager, PS Bank Katipunan Branch, Loyola Heights, Quezon City?
Yes, Your Honor, I have.
All right. And this subpoena had been sent on I believe the 13th of February for her to appear on the 14th, and that you are now here also by virtue of this subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. yesterday, Ms. Johnson had volunteered you as the witness that would answer questions as covered by this subpoena, because she said that the records of the branch had all been collected or compiled at the head office of PS Bank. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Now, Mr. Garcia, the subpoena had asked for information, documents, bank statements for all peso savings, current time deposit, certificate of deposit, settlement accounts, investment management and trust account, unit investment trust funds. And there was a certification earlier submitted by your bank saying that there were no, and correct me if I'm wrong, no investment management and trust accounts, unit investment trust funds under the name of Justice Corona. Would you like to enumerate again those accounts which Justice Corona does not have at PS Bank? Yes, well, I'd like a copy of that with the permission of the court.
Your Honor, if I may.
Provide the Senator Judge from Cebu copy of the document.
Your Honor, I have certified that Renato Corona has no peso account with a Philippine Savings Bank that is classified as either an investment, management, and trust account, a unit investment trust fund, or a mutual fund. And I have done so in compliance with the subpoena ad testificandum and duces tecum dated February 13, Your Honor. This has been earlier formally submitted by our branch manager.
Yes, thank you for that. So therefore, no investment management or trust accounts, no unit investment trust funds, no mutual funds. Is that correct? Those
yes,
three.
Your Honor.
So therefore, he has certificates of deposit, settlement accounts, time deposit, current accounts, and savings accounts.
Are you asking me, Your Honor?
I'm asking you because the subpoena covered also those other accounts.
Yeah, sorry, Your Honor. With respect to that, we do have other peso-denominated accounts under Renato Corona, which were not subject matter of the original subpoena, which we were ordered to present. So in response to your question, and in response to the instruction of the court in this subsequent subpoena, we do stipulate, Your Honor, that there are other peso accounts that are not in the original subpoena.
By the original subpoena, you mean the subpoena that was served on you in January?
In February 8, I believe, or 7, which contained the 5 peso time deposit account.
Yes.
February 6.
February 6. I stand corrected, Your Honor.
Would the prosecutor like to inform us what date that subpoena was issued?
February 6. February 6.
As far as we can remember, February 6, Your Honor.
All right. And so therefore, would you like to identify the accounts?
Yes, Your Honor.
That are not covered by the February 6 subpoena, but were later covered by the February 13 subpoena.
With your indulgence, Your Honor, I will just get the documents.
Thank you.
For clarification only, Your Honor. The subsequent subpoena later than the February 8, Your Honor, is February 14th, Your Honor.
13.
13? Meron?
13.
Meron. Iba yun dito eh.
So ba yung 13?
Yeah, dated 13th day of February, but the production required is on February 14th, Your Honor.
That is correct. Production on the 14th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, Your Honor, we have today actually certifications on two other accounts, and we would like to apologize for the two other accounts because when we earlier prepared it based on the subpoena, there was some clarification about discussed here, Your Honor, about it not including accounts that are not in the original subpoena, so we did not.
Are these peso accounts?
Peso accounts, Your Honor.
If they're peso accounts, since you have testified on them now, I think
Yes.
it's proper for you to tell us what are those peso accounts.
Your Honor, if I may.
Proceed.
We have another peso account with account number 089121 021444 under the account name Renato Corona, a peso time deposit that was opened in July 23, 2010 with an opening balance of 7,370,438 pesos and 65 centavos, and this was closed in September 1, 2010.
You mean it was open? It was a time deposit for only 3 months?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Is that connected with any of the 5 accounts previously mentioned in the subpoena and already recorded in this proceeding?
No, Your Honor. This is
this is totally separate account.
Yes, Your Honor. This is not in the original subpoena, but on the basis of the subsequent subpoena, because it says all.
No, I'm just asking the presiding officer. Just
Yes,
want
sir.
to be sure that that is not included in the amounts already mentioned that were connected with the 5 accounts.
It was not connected, Your Honor.
So this is totally separate account and separate amount of money deposited in the bank.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
We also have another account under account number 089121023848 under the name of Renato Corona, a peso time deposit with an opening date of June 29, 2011, with an opening balance of 17 million pesos.
How much?
17 million pesos, Your Honor. And closing, which was closed and terminated on December 12, 2011, Your Honor.
Is this also an account separate from those amounts related or linked with the 5 peso bank deposit accounts
Yes, Your Honor.
mentioned earlier?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is a new amount of money deposited with a separate bank account number.
It was a separate account with a separate account number, but the source of the funds deposited, we have no idea.
Correct.
Yes.
Proceed.
In addition, Your Honor, if I may, based on the instruction, there are 2 other accounts, but I really have no details as of the moment. I can only remember that one is, I will probably disclose it formally later, and then the other one is a current account.
Now, would you like to repeat the number of the second account and the date in which it was opened? That was opened July
29, 2011 for 17 million pesos and closed in December 12, 2011.
What was the original tenor, Mr. Garcia, of this account? I mean, was this just a 6-month time deposit, or was this a 1-year time deposit? which was closed prematurely?
I am very sorry, Your Honor. I do not have that information right now because we just followed the subpoena. I may, if
Would
I
you
may,
like to furnish us with that
yes,
later?
Your Honor, we could furnish that later.
Opo. Ano pong number ito, itong peso time deposit?
This is 08912-102-3848.
All right. July 29, December 11, that does not sound exactly 6 months, no? Does that look strange to you?
I really have no idea, Your Honor. The depositors actually would put deposits depending on different tenors. So if I have the other information, I may.
Let me see if I got you right. July 29, 2011 was
June
when it was
29, Your Honor.
June 29, 2011.
And
So very
December, it was closed in December 12, Your Honor.
Yes. He does not know the tenor. But June 29 to December 12 is not 6 months, no?
No, Your Honor. Not exactly 6 months.
But the coincidence here was that the impeachment was filed on a few days after December 12. On December 12?
If we may, Your Honor, with that, the impeachment, if we may, because that was the impeachment date was mentioned. Can we say when?
It's a matter of record anyway.
Proceed.
Yeah, the House impeached the Chief Justice on December 12, 2011.
All right.
Now, Mr. Garcia, can you explain to the court the difference between a deposit and an investment account? For example, I'll be more specific. If I, your client, ask you, the bank, to buy some ROP for me, these are dollar-denominated bonds issued by the national government, is that classified as a deposit or as an investment?
Well, first of all, Your Honor, we do not provide that service to our clients. We refer them to our parent bank, Metro Bank. The PS Bank does not engage in that kind of activity.
But would you know? I mean, being a banker yourself.
It would normally not be classified as a deposit.
It would be an investment.
Investment, yes.
And if you were to, would you also handle investments for your client, like he would direct you to buy some corporate bonds, PLDT bonds, ABS-CBN bonds, San Miguel bonds? That would also be classified as an investment.
That would, I know, be classified as an investment, but the bank per se does not really provide that service because we have
You mean PS Bank per se?
PS Bank. We just refer their...
But you will be the next president of Metro Bank, so...
No, sir. I have written to my superiors, and I have told them that on the basis of that news report, I already specifically said that if ever it is offered, I will decline it, because I do not want my people to feel they're being abandoned during this time. And secondly, I do not want the sincerity of our interest to protect our employees and depositors and the entire banking industry to be misinterpreted. So I will not and never accept.
And your employees will stick by you more than ever now because of that sign of loyalty to them, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia, going back to my question, would an investment account, vis-a-vis a deposit account, be considered as covered by the Foreign Currency Deposit Unit law? See, that the FCDU law pertains to deposits.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. You just said that any managed account that is invested, say, in ROPs, in Philippine bonds in denominated in US dollars, or other types of foreign instruments denominated in foreign currency, would then not be termed a deposit as covered by the FCDU, and therefore any such accounts should be open to this court.
I cannot right now categorically state, Your Honor, but if I can draw, I draw from the peso side. The investment in government bonds is classified as deposits for the peso, so perhaps likewise the inference to the dollars would similarly be the same. So I am not absolutely certain about that.
All right. Mr. President, at this time I'd like to give way to Senator Judge Trilon, who signified his intention to propound. Senator Judge Jingoy Estrada.
Just before you, I recognize Senator Estrada, I would just like to find out from the bank, president of PS Bank, why you require the transfer of all the records of this depositor in your bank, who is the subject of an impeachment, to be delivered to you as president from the Katipunan branch of your bank?
Your Honor, we've always managed risks in the bank, and given that
What do you mean by manage it in the bank? What do you mean by?
We manage different types of risks, Your Honor, whether it be risk on delinquency, on other events that happened. In this particular case, we had an impeachment process. This was a national process. We felt that ultimately, perhaps documents of the customer would become the subject matter of perhaps inquiry. So, and there was a lot of interest on it. These documents were in the branch. We believe that it would have just been prudent for us to properly control them better. And so we took possession of these documents. I instructed even senior officers to take possession of it from the branch, and we stored it in head office. We put it under even more tighter control, where even senior officers are the ones who have control over these documents, Your Honor, because we felt that ultimately we may have to, in some form or another, be responding to the impeachment court. So we always want to make sure that what we provide to the court would be the accurate, honest, everything, and that these documents cannot be accessed by anyone else, altered or anything.
You did this motu proprio without any influence or inducement from outside parties?
Absolutely not, Your Honor. We did it as a prudent measure to make sure that these documents are even tightly controlled, just so that we have them and they're properly secured.
All right, the gentleman from San Juan, the President pro tempore, has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to bring to the attention of the manager account number 089-121-019593. I think this is included in the original subpoena. If you have the record, Mr. Witness.
May I refer to our counsel?
Please.
93.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes. Do you have it?
Yes, Your Honor.
In front of you? Okay. When was the opening date?
The opening date on account 593 was December 22, 2009.
2009. Is this a peso time deposit?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. What was the length of the time deposit, if you may know?
I am not absolutely certain right now because time deposits could be rolled over, Your
Yes.
Honor. That's 30, 60.
All right.
What I'm certain of is the closing date.
Okay, what was the closing date?
The closing date was December 12, 2011.
All right. What about account number 089 121 021681? Also a part of the original subpoena.
With respect to account 681, which is also a peso time deposit,
yes,
it was opened in September 1, 2010 and closed on December 12, 2011.
December 12, 2011. And you mentioned the two, I don't know if it's new accounts. If this is a new account, no, 089 121 023848. The one you just recently mentioned.
Yes,
was opened on, if I'm not mistaken, it was opened on June 29, 2011, and it was closed.
It was
the account
closed.
was closed at December 12. Am I right?
Yes, Your Honor.
You know the length of time of this time deposit? Was it 3 months or 6 months or even a year?
I presently do not have that information, and I can provide it.
In your opinion, was this particular account pre-terminated?
I cannot categorically state right now, Your Honor, because I will have to look at the maturity date. Because when we open an account, let's say if it's for 60 days, you have the account opening date and a maturity date. So when an account is terminated before the maturity date, then we normally would classify it as a pre-terminated account because it did not run its full term.
Because I do not want to impute malice, no. But for me, it's quite suspicious. These three accounts, 089-121-09593, 089-121-021681, and the last one that you mentioned, 089-121-023848. They were all closed on the day that the Chief Justice was impeached. And according to Congressman Tupas, the Chief Justice was impeached on December 12 of 2011. And all of these three accounts were closed. Ayokong magsuspecha, pero ayokong mag-isip ng mali siya, pero nagsususpecha talaga ako. Yun lang po. Yun ang pagulo.
Anything else to this witness? The gentleman from Pampanga.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few questions to the witness, Mr. Pascual. Earlier you mentioned that for account number 089-121-0238848, the amount was 17 million and it was withdrawn or terminated at on December 11. Correct?
December 12, I believe.
December 12. Once an account is terminated, is there, would you know how the termination process, can you explain to us what the termination process would be?
Well,
is there notice? How does that go?
There is notice from the customer, Your Honor, that he or she will terminate an account. It may be advised to us, and the manner of that termination, whether it is going to pay it out in whatever form. And so the branch would normally comply with the customer's instructions.
And in this case, would you have information as to what form was undertaken, or what, you said whatever form? In this case of the 17 million, was there a written notice to you? Was there a check issued? How does that go? Would you have the information?
I really don't have that specific information right now, but we can provide it on the instructions of the court.
Yes, Mr. President, perhaps another additional information and documents that we would like to, for this court to retrieve, was this, how the, what is the term? The termination was undertaken? Are there written documents to this effect? Is there a way of determining where the funds went?
Definitely, Your Honor. The funds flow can be determined. Sometimes the instructions can be relayed either over the phone or in person or in writing.
So, how do we go about this? Perhaps, would you personally know if he called you? Did the Chief Justice call you about this, or the bank manager? Would you have personal knowledge?
I have never talked to the Chief Justice, Your Honor.
So that's for the 17 million. You can trace where the 17 million went.
I have an idea, Your Honor, but I would not want to stipulate it right now because I want to be absolutely certain. Because when we prepared the original, when we started preparing for the last subpoena, we looked at all of the records, but unfortunately I do not have it right now because I did not anticipate that this will be.
And would you be able to say the same and give us the needed information for the 089-121-021-444 account, 7,370,000?
Your Honor, we can provide any information with respect to any peso account upon the instructions of the court, anything.
So, Mr. President, we would like to manifest that the documents mentioned, the needed documents to explain the transfer of these two accounts be submitted to this court, Mr. President.
The President of the PS Bank is ordered to comply.
In the meantime, Mr. President, may I be recognized? For the prosecution, Your Honor.
Proceed.
May I just at this point adopt and mark the documents presented today by the witness as our evidence, Your Honor?
You may.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor, to...
Proceed.
Witness presenting to counsel, Your Honor, two documents. One, dated February 14, 2012, pertaining to account number 089-121-023-848, Your Honor. We respectfully request that this be marked as non-appall G.
Mark it accordingly.
And the other document, Mr. President, is a document of even date, which is a bank certification, and this time pertaining to account number 089-121-021-444, Your Honor, which we respectfully request to be marked as 9H.
Mark it accordingly.
That will be all, Mr. President.
Yes.
Majority floor leader.
Your Honor, please,
The defense, Mr. President.
May we now proceed with our scheduled cross-examination of Mrs. Johnson, Your Honor.
All right. In the meantime, the President is discharged, and you sit at the back, and Ms. Johnson will take the witness stand under the same oath for cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May we now, with the kind permission of the Honorable Court, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Johnson.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, while you were on direct examination a couple of minutes ago, I heard you state that you have no personal knowledge insofar as the entries appearing in the various documents that were presented to you this afternoon. Am I right? You have no personal knowledge.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Meaning to say, you are not a participant, neither have you taken any step in connection with the correctness, accuracy, and truthfulness of the entries appearing in the said documents. That's
No,
correct?
sir.
That's correct. All right. Now, there was a statement made by the Honorable Senator Judge Miriam Defensor that your statement, therefore, in connection with the said entries are considered hearsay and therefore not admissible in evidence. Did you hear state about that? Yes.
Yes, sir.
And to make it as an exception to the hearsay rule, she was apparently alluding to entries in regular course of business. Am I right? Or you do not know that?
Can you please clarify, sir?
And in order to make it as an exception to the hearsay rule, similar to the other exceptions like dying declaration, statement by a co-conspirator, statement against pedigree, you were asked the question how it happened to be in those entries.
Objection, Your Honor. Witness will be incompetent with respect to legal
Please,
points.
under cross, let her answer.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right. Now, if they were entries made into the records that you have testified a while ago, and you are not a participant in the entries made, somebody must have known the facts that resulted in the entry into those statements. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
And I heard you mention also about the identity of this person, so you do not know them.
Mr. Garcia would
The
be
persons
the best
responsible for making the entries appearing in the documents that you mentioned.
What I know, sir, that they got it from ours. We have this computer system that we enter the transactions, and then it goes to our server, and it's there in the head office. So
my
they
question
can be
to you is,
accessed by
do
the
you
head
know
office.
these persons who made the entries?
The persons who made the entries, sir, come from the branch.
Do you know them personally?
They're part of the branch personnel.
Who are they, please? Will you kindly tell the Honorable Court?
Please identify the individual persons that are allowed by your practice to make the entries.
As I've mentioned earlier, the persons who enter the transactions are the new accounts clerk at the time that the transactions were made, and the branch personnel who processes the validation of the deposit is the teller.
But
Your
I'm
Honor.
asking you a simple question. Who are they? Their
Sir, that
identity-
happened a few years back, and I wouldn't know, sir, because I was not yet there.
So you do not know them personally?
No, sir.
You were not with them at the time the entry was made?
Yes, sir.
I see. All you know is that they were there because when you examine the documents, there were entries made. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
All right. In accordance with the rule on entries made in the regular course of business, the statements appearing or the entries appearing therein must be made and testified to by the person making the entry. Do you know that?
No,
Or
sir.
you do not know?
I do not know, sir.
And you do not care, therefore, whoever made the entries, whether it was made by Mr. A, Mr. X, or Mr. C.
No, sir.
So you cannot vouch, therefore, for the validity or correctness of the entries made in there. Am I right?
We can, sir, because we have the record.
No, I'm not asking you about the records. The entries made in those documents.
Just answer the question. Can you vouch to the accuracy
Of
and
the
verity of the entries, since you were not there?
Since I was not there.
So you cannot, therefore.
No.
That is my understanding. Now, you therefore cannot tell the Honorable Court that those entries were made at the time of the transaction stated in there. Am I right?
Since I was not there, Your Honor.
You cannot.
No.
You cannot. So you also cannot tell the court when those
What
entries...
was the answer of the witness?
Kindly speak a little louder, Ms. Thompson.
What was your answer?
I cannot, Your Honor.
All right.
I cannot.
Based on the fact that I wasn't there. But if we base it on the records, we will be able to verify.
I'm not asking you about the records. I'm asking you a very simple question.
Okay.
Oh, so you cannot. That's your answer. All right. would you also be able to tell the court when those entries were actually made by the persons you were alluding to? Because that is a requirement in connection with entries in regular course of business. It must be testified to or known by the person making the entries, the time the entries were made, and therefore he can vouch on the accuracy and correctness of the entries.
Based on the record, sir, we can.
No, do you know it personally?
Personally, no.
That is
No.
the question.
No, sir, no.
So it is very clear now that all your testimonies given a while ago in connection with the entries appearing there are based only on what you found on the records.
Yes, sir.
They are not
were based on the records.
They are not based on your personal knowledge.
Yes, sir.
And therefore, that is what is known in the law of evidence as hearsay evidence. Did you understand that? Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all with the witness, Your Honor.
All right. Since there is
May I have...
a cross, you may ask a direct question.
Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago wishes to
The gentle lady
have the
from
floor,
the
Mr.
law.
President.
Just on this particular point, since I've already gone to the trouble of having this testimony admitted,
Not yet.
just to add to the questions of defense counsel, Ms. Witness, if we just want to recite the necessary fundamental questions, were these records made at or near the time of the acts and events appearing on it? Is that your company procedure?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Was that record kept in the ordinary course of a regularly conducted business activity?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Now, let us read the rules of evidence.
Is this an application of the principle of res geste?
No, we are referring to Section 43, entries in the course of business.
All right.
Particularly of
Entries in the
Section 32. Particularly of Section 37, which begins with a listing of the exceptions to the hearsay rule. Here's one exception, Section 43, entries in the course of business. Entries made at or near the time of the transactions to which they refer by a person deceased or unable to testify who was in a position to know the facts therein stated may be received as prima facie evidence if such person made the entries in his professional capacity or in the performance of duty and in the ordinary or regular course of business or duty. So all you know is that this person must have followed regular entries or regular procedures of entries in the course of business.
Yes,
That's
Your
all
Honor.
you know, because you are not personally present.
Yes, Your
Therefore,
Honor.
it lies with prosecution now to comply with the other requirements of Section 43. You have to show that the entries were made at or near the time of the transactions by a person who is unable to testify. Do you think, Ms. Witness, that the person who personally made the entries might still be able to testify?
Answer the question, please.
I will have to check on that, Your Honor, because
have
they
to
might
check.
not be connected with the bank.
That's right. That's what we're thinking. That's what your court is thinking. So at least under Section 43, what you have testified is prima facie evidence unless otherwise disproved. Isn't that so?
Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel for the prosecution, will you take over, please?
Now, counsel for the prosecution, make a direct question.
Maybe he will be adopting the examination of the Honorable Senator Judge, Your Honor.
You may counsel for the defense.
Again, our most generous thank you to the Lady Senator from Iloilo for aiding us and educating us, Mr. President.
But may we know, Your Honor, the nature of the examination to be made now?
Well,
because
only,
we are already
on
redirect. We are through with our cross, Your Honor.
Precisely.
So it must be in the concept of redirect, Your Honor.
Correct.
That's
Not only in connection, they cannot go beyond the questions
Scope of-
asked during
Correct, Your
the cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. President. We refer again to your record, Ms. Witness, and particularly the certification pertaining to account number 089 121 019 593.
Yes, sir.
Your record that you brought showed it was closed on December 12th, 2011.
Yes, sir.
Improper for redirect, Your Honor.
Are you cross-examining?
No, we have not cross-examined her on that point, Your Honor.
No, precisely I'm asking because
I'm sorry,
the
Your Honor.
tendency of the question is a cross-examination.
In the interest of justice, Your Honor, these are questions that the witness may need to testify on, Mr. President.
It was objected to, so what is the pleasure of the gentle lady from Iloilo?
Mr. President, I would like to know, since there are two kinds of rules, on whether a question can be asked on recross. First, you have direct and then cross, and then you have redirect and recross. There is a technical rule that cross can only examine the witness with respect to what has been examined on direct. So there is a limitation. That's why it's very technical. And the same rule should apply on redirect and recross. You can recross examination only on the topics that have been covered by redirect. That is a technical rule. But there is another rule called the open rule, where on cross-examination and on recross examination, the counsel can just ask any kind of question and is not necessarily limited to what has been touched upon in direct or in redirect examination. May I please request a ruling from our presiding officer on whether we adopt the narrow rule or the open rule?
I would adopt the open rule because in cross and recross, you mix up the right of the defense counsel to test the credibility of the witness.
Besides, Your Honor, there is no manifestation whatsoever on the part of the counsel for the prosecution relative to being permitted to ask additional redirect, Your Honor, or direct question. That will disrupt or revolutionize the law on evidence, Your Honor. On direct, after the direct, cross. After the cross, redirect. But that is limited to matters that were taken up in the cross-examination, Your Honor. That's why we pose that objection. And we do not think that is a technicality because it goes deeper into the right to the accused.
This may well be the time to state the underlying rule in impeachment trial. From what I have read is that the strict rules of evidence in criminal trial are normally not adopted in impeachment trial. So that's why I've been trying to balance between the strict rules of evidence and a certain degree of liberality. So let us allow the witness, the prosecution, to propound question on his redirect and examine each question whether that is a proper question in redirect.
The question now is whether this is entirely a new matter. That's our perception of the question, Your Honor.
Precisely, I asked the question, the gentleman, whether he's doing a redirect or he's trying to. The tendency of the question is trying to question the competence of his witness.
No, Your Honor. I am on redirect. I am asking redirect examination, Your Honor.
To make a redirect examination.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Witness, in your certification for account number 089 121 019593, the closing date there appears to be December 12, 2011. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
All right. There is no entry in your statement. Would your record show if there is a amount closed or closing balance or closing amount for December 12, 2011 for
Your
that
Honor,
particular account?
Your Honor, please, I hope the court will pardon me. This is a very leading question, and this is very vital instrument.
Try to reform your question.
Can you tell us, thank you, Mr. President, can you tell us the closing amount as of December 12, 2011 for this particular account?
Almost the same objection, Your Honor. It is more leading now than before. Double.
Let the witness answer. So that, come on. If there is or there is none.
May I repeat that?
Yes, sir.
What is the closing balance for this particular account on December 12, 2011?
And the best evidence will be the document itself, Your Honor. What is involved is the content of the document.
Let the witness answer.
May I explain, Mr. President?
No more. Let the witness answer.
Sir, may I just refer to the previous subpoena? Because I think that was already covered. No.
Can you answer the question? The question is simple. The account was closed on December 12, 2010.
11, Mr. President.
2011. Was there a closing balance at the end of that month?
Sir, right now I do not have it, Your Honor.
What?
So I cannot say how much it is. The closing balance.
The record does not have it.
Right now, yes. I do not have it, Your Honor.
Would your branch have records pertaining to the closing balance for this particular account?
As I've said, Your Honor, all the records are already in the head office. But they are there.
Yes.
Not in the branch.
I see. So it would be within the office of your president?
When you say that an account is closed, what does that mean?
The account has been withdrawn, Your Honor.
In other words, the amount,
has been
yung
terminated.
pera doon sa account ay tinanggal na.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oo. Eh, paano magkakaroon ng balance the day after tinanggal yung pera dyan sa account na yan? Common sense will tell us that there is none, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh.
That's why it's zero here.
Oh.
No, Mr. President, we are pertaining to the date of closure on December 12, 2011. What was the balance that was the last withdrawn balance for that particular account on that
Do
day?
you know what is the amount withdrawn on December 12 when the account was closed?
I do not have the data, Your Honor.
That's the answer.
Would you be able to bring the records, Ms. Witness, and present it to the court for the next hearing?
Your Honor, please.
What record is there? Closed na eh.
Closed na.
No, Mr. President, we are referring to the records that they have that will show that on December 12, a certain amount was withdrawn from that particular account.
To clarify this point, finally, what was the balance of this account before it was closed on December 12? On December 11, do you know what was the balance of this account?
I do not have the record, Your Honor.
All right.
So I do not know.
The gentleman from Cavite.
Just to save time, Mr. President, I think the prosecutor is asking the wrong person. She already testified, and the president of the bank testified that all the records were sent to the head office. Just to save on time, Mr. President.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr.
Incompetent na nga eh, yung witness eh. Oh. Ala.
In that case, Your Honor, because my next question would also be of the same nature, I will have no further questions for this witness.
Oh, no more. Are you sure you are closing your redirect?
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay. So, what's the pleasure of the
No
defense?
recross, Your Honor.
All right.
No recross.
Then,
Mr. President,
may
we recognize Senator Lone Legarda if there is no
the
recross?
gentle lady from Antique.
Maybe I should start with a question of the Majority Leader. The Majority Leader
is requesting that this question be answered. In behalf of Senator Soto, then, I will now proceed to my first question, which is actually very, very simple. He is asking what is the relevance or the materiality of the question of the prosecutor regarding the closure of the December 12 account. 2011, I'm sorry. To the SALN.
To the SALN.
That is not my question. That's a question of the Majority Leader.
There is evidence, Your Honor, that shows that 3 accounts were closed on the same date of December 12, 2011. And this will show that this was in preparation because of the impeachment complaint that was filed.
We're referring to the December 12, 2011 closure of the 3 accounts. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we are referring in your articles of impeachment to the SALN, which was filed in 2011, ending December 2010. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What is therefore the relevance of a 2011 December closing of the account to the end December 2010 SALN? That is a question.
Insofar as the
of Senator Soto.
Insofar as the omission of the insofar as the relevance of the 3 accounts closure to December 31, which was the reporting date of the SALN, Your Honor, it has no direct relevance.
It has no
We are
direct
only
relevance.
intending to show that there was an attempt to conceal certain amounts. If there will be an consideration of 3 amounts of the 3 accounts, Your Honor, it totals about 36 million.
Okay.
36.2 million, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Senator Soto is seemingly satisfied with your question.
Your Honor, please.
with the answer to his question.
May we
Thank you,
make
Your
a
Honor.
short manifestation? Only 1 minute manifestation, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Now, they're referring to an account existing as of December 2011. And allegedly, there was an irregularity in this because it was not reflected in the statement of account of the Honorable Chief Justice. How can it be reflected? It must be in the year thereafter, before April of 2011. 2012, Your Honor. Not on the same year. They end up po yun eh. So if the purpose is to show that this was not included or stated or entered into a statement of statement of assets and liabilities, the question is very erroneous. It is irregular, and it has no legal basis.
We take note of your manifestation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just
All right.
point, Mr. President,
The gentleman from Iloilo.
we just take note that the account number ending in 593 was existing as of December 31, 2010.
All right.
Because it was opened in 2009 and closed on December 12, 2011. Therefore, it was existing as of December 31, 2010.
Yes.
No, just for the record.
May I have my turn, Mr. President?
The gentle lady from Antique.
So just to summarize, in answer to Senator Soto's question, there is no direct relation between the closure of the 3 accounts to the SALN of 2010. Now I proceed to my questions before Ms. Annabel Johnson. Very simple. It will not deal with each and every account. Just a simple question. I'm certain you would not need to ask your counsel for this. Based on your previous testimonies, there are 3 persons apart from yourself who have access to the vault containing the bank documents of Chief Justice Renato Corona. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
In your recollection, Ms. Chong-son, have you given any information in the form of a hard copy, soft copy, original or photocopy, a faithful reproduction of the original, or even just verbally of any of these documents in the vault pertaining to Chief Justice Corona's accounts in your branch to any person in the past days, weeks, or months?
No, I did not, Your Honor.
To your knowledge, did any of the three persons who have access to the vault possibly give any information of that nature to anyone?
To my knowledge, no, they did not, Your Honor.
When did you realize that there was a leak from documents that were kept in your vault in your branch?
It was in the petition of the TRO.
When you received a subpoena or when you learned about the case in media? Or were you advised by your superiors in the bank?
I think I was advised by the superiors.
You were called by bank officials along with the three others who have access to the vault.
Two others.
Three. Is it two or three? I understand there are two and there is one alternate, so four of you altogether. Is that correct, Ms. Chongson?
Correct.
Yes, Your Honor.
So there are four of you. Okay. You are therefore saying that neither of the three or yourself had given any information about the documents pertaining to the bank accounts in question, which were contained in the alleged leaked document, which contained the peso and dollar bank accounts information of the Chief Justice.
No one has ever given any information to anyone, Your Honor, in the branch.
In any form?
In any form, Your Honor.
Yes. And you also mentioned in your testimony that there was an ongoing internal investigation of the bank regarding this reported leak. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. May we know when the investigation started and the status of the investigation?
I think Mr. Garcia would be the best person to answer that because he ordered it, Your Honor.
He ordered the investigation upon finding out about the leaked documents.
Actually, he was the one who informed me that they did an investigation.
Mm-hmm. May we know what kind of questions were asked of you regarding the reported leaked documents?
Well, they asked us who accessed the vault, things like that. And they checked on the documents and they noticed that there were markings. And maybe you could...
You can just kindly answer it to the best of your knowledge and ability.
Yes.
So just continue telling me what you're saying.
If I may recall, the audit performed the investigation on the side, and with regard to asking us, they just asked us point blank if we had anything to do with it, and we did not.
Did not.
We have not. We have not done anything about it. I mean, we did not do anything to leak or give out any information or any document to any person.
Did anyone outside of the four of you ask for information regarding the bank documents of CJ Corona which were in the vault? Has anyone approached you? Did anyone ask for information?
Outside of the four of us, Your Honor?
Yes.
It was just in the office of the President, from the office of the President, Your Honor.
When the investigation was ongoing?
It actually started when the accounts were closed, Your Honor.
When the accounts were closed, information was requested from bank officials?
Yes, Your Honor.
And this was in connection with the ongoing internal audit or investigation?
It was not related to the leaked document.
This is precede the leaked document occurrence or after?
When we were asked of the certain information, it was by the senior officers, Your Honor, because there was a withdrawal. So we were just requesting for approval. That was it. But to other persons not authorized, we never disclosed anything or gave out anything.
Yes. So you categorically state that you or the three others did not give any information, even verbally, or in any shape, manner, or form to anyone?
Yes, Your Honor.
But can you also categorically state that no one has actually asked you for information, or were there persons or a person who attempted to secure information from you or any of the three who have access to the vaults?
Your Honor, may I consult my counsel?
Yes, you may.
May I ask the presiding judge to consult the counsel?
Proceed.
Mr. Chairman.
I only have 10 seconds. Logbook na lang. Tapos, dahil siguro pag ako ma-play, pag iba mahaba. Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, there was a certain person who approached me. He went to the branch.
Who is this person?
Congressman Banal.
Who is Congressman Banal? Quezon City. An incumbent congressman?
I think.
May we just know the circumstances in which he went and what he asked you to produce for him?
He did not ask me to produce anything. He just asked if I could help. And then he presented sort of the photocopies.
Can you complete the story? Yes, so that I would not have to piece it together for all of us.
Okay.
Thank you.
He went to the branch, and then I thought he was going to open an account. Anyway, he presented himself, he introduced himself that he was congressman already, because I thought he was still a councilor. So he said that maybe we could help him, or I could help personally in my capacity. And then I said, I'm sorry, that's not possible.
What help did she ask you to do?
Just a guide on certain items in the documents that he was showing.
What document was that?
He showed me a photocopy similar to the one in Annex.
What photocopy of what document?
What photocopy of what document did he present to you?
Specimen signature card. But he was partly covering it, so I couldn't see everything there.
Can you just kindly repeat what he requested you to do and what kind of document he asked you to help him with, just for clarity?
It wasn't really clear what he wanted from me, but he was just asking if I could guide him through the document. Like, he was asking about certain items there, like if I can see.
May we know what date this was? If you recall.
It was a... I will try to recall, Your Honor, but... May I consult my counsel?
Just before your counsel, this is just a date. It doesn't need...
I cannot recall the date, Your Honor.
Was it last year in 2011 or 2012?
Just recently, Your Honor. Yes.
The month of January or
2012.
February? After New Year, within the month of January, or was it the month of February?
January.
In January. And did he
latter
part of January. Did he have a document similar to what is now referred to as Annex A?
I was not able to see the whole of it because it was partly covered.
But you said, if I recall, a few minutes ago, that there was a document similar to Annex A.
With the permission of the lady senator. When you say partly covered.
He was covering it, Your Honor. He was doing like that.
Congressman Banal was covering the document? Meaning that he was hiding it from you?
He was doing like that, Your Honor. He was just showing like that. So,
like that, I cannot understand what is like that.
Sorry.
Please describe the manner by which Congressman Banal showed you the document.
Your Honor, may I ask?
No,
consult?
you answer the question.
He was holding a piece of, I don't know how many pages, I think two pages of white paper, and then he partly opened it and then just pointed out.
What did you see
things.
when she opened it?
He asked about the...
What did you see when you opened?
It says a
when she
signature
opened it?
card, sir.
Huh?
Signature card.
Of what?
Of our bank. So I asked him where he got it.
Whose signature card was it?
He was apparently.
Whose signature card was it?
Initially, I did not see the name, Your Honor, and apparently, it was under the name of Chief Justice Corona.
Of
Chief Justice Corona, Your Honor.
Did she tell you that? Did that congressman tell you?
I saw it, Your Honor, upon...
When she showed you the document, when the congressman showed you
It
the
was...
just a minute.
Sorry.
When the congressman showed you the document that she was partly covering, you saw that it was a signature card.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that the signature card was the signature card of the Chief Justice Corona.
Allegedly, there was a name
Precisely.
there, Your Honor.
It was allegedly the signature card of Justice Corona.
Yes, Your Honor.
You showed the imprint of that name on the signature card.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And she was covering it up.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what did she ask you to do? By way of help?
He asked about dollar signs, and I said it was blurred. Actually, it
She
was
asked
really
you
blurred.
about a dollar sign?
Yes, Your Honor.
How did she ask you this?
Well, actually, when
How did she ask you about the dollar sign?
What is this? Is this a dollar sign? Something like that.
Okay.
And then when I said I cannot help him, he just left.
When was that? When did this congresswoman, was she a woman?
Congressman, Your Honor.
Well, congressman, but female or male?
Male, Your Honor.
Male. What did he, when did that congressman see you?
I'm trying to recall, Your Honor. Latter part of January.
Was it at the time when we subpoenaed you?
Before, Your Honor.
How many days before?
Mr. President, she said end of January. May we know, to your recollection, what day in the end of January, Ms. Chongson, please?
May I refer to a calendar, Your Honor?
Yes, okay, thank you.
It was a Tuesday, I think.
Can she be given a 2012 calendar, please?
Around January 31. I think it was January 31, Your Honor.
January 31.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you. Just a last question, Mr. President. It was January 31 when you alleged that Congressman Banal requested you for information or assistance on a photocopied document which looks like Annex A. You're not certain because
I'm
he
not
was covered.
certain, Your
Yes,
Honor.
yes, on a dollar and peso account. But it was also in this court that the prosecution claims they received an Annex A photocopied document on February 2. If they received it on February 2 from a reported small lady, but they actually had it already on January 31.
Yes,
So
Your Honor.
I'm just putting that information before the court, Mr. President, because I am quite confused, because if that document was in the possession of the prosecution on February 2, is it another document from the document being shown, or what that was shown to Ms. Chongson for verification? No, I don't expect you to answer that question, Ms. Chongson. It's just a question in my mind. Thank you for that. My last question is, did you bring the logbook as requested by the court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. At the proper time, my colleagues will answer the questions about the logbook. Thank you for your patience.
May I ask this question first? Was the approach of Congressman Banal to you before or after the president of your bank requested you to forward all the records of this account pertaining to Chief Justice Corona to the head office?
Before, Your Honor.
Before it was forwarded to the records were forwarded to the head office.
Yes, Your Honor. It was before.
And those signature cards are kept in the vault or steel cabinet that is under the control of 2 bank officers in your bank, in your branch.
Yes, Your Honor. They're under the control of 2 personnel.
And that you did not at any time ask those 2 branch officers to open the vault?
I did, Your Honor.
Huh?
I did.
You asked them to open the vault?
We checked the records if they were there and if they were safe.
Why did you check the records if they were there?
We went in and we got the folder.
Just a minute.
Yes, Your Honor.
You said you did open the steel cabinet to check whether the records were there. Did you do that?
Actually requested.
As a consequence of the request of Congressman Banal?
No, Your Honor. It was after he left that we checked the folder, Your Honor. I requested them to get it so we can review it.
And the signature cards were there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you not ask Congressman Banal how did he happen to be in possession of that signature card?
I did, Your Honor.
And what was his answer?
I will tell you if you will help us. As soon as you help us. Something like that. I can't recall. Something like that.
I want the exact words of Congressman Banal, if you can remember it.
If you will help us, I can tell you. Something like that, Your Honor.
How they got it? In other words...
I asked him, say, how did you get that?
And what did she say? What did he say?
So many people are helping us. Something like that.
So many people. In other words, he admitted that they got this record from your record.
Not necessarily, Your Honor.
What do you mean by not necessarily?
Because it can come from other sources, Your Honor.
I
cannot say. I really don't know, Your Honor. But definitely it did not come from us.
Wait a minute. How can they have an access to your record under the security procedure that you described to us? How can anyone?
I do not know, Your Honor, but looking at it
But he said, I will tell you if you will help us.
Yeah, but he did not.
Meaning
of course,
he will
I said,
tell
I'm
you,
sorry, I cannot help you.
Meaning he will tell you how he got it if you will help him.
Something like that.
Okay. Oh, Majority Floor Leader.
Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago wants the floor, and then Senator Pangilinan. But right after, we can move for a break, Mr. President.
Yes, the gentle lady from Iloilo.
With the indulgence of our colleagues, it seems even to myself, that the prosecution has my good side today. So let me ask you, Ms. Witness, before he appeared before you, identifying himself as Congressman Banal, did you know personally this his face or his appearance? Did you have some definite recollection of how Congressman Banal looks?
Actually, I met him before in one event in Xavierville 1.
What event was that?
It was an inauguration of the new court that was built.
New what?
Some covered court.
Oh, a covered court. So you are sure that when he walked into your office, even before he introduced himself, you already recognized him as congressman?
Yeah, and then my other officer said that Councilor Banal is here, something like. So parang
that's how he introduced himself.
No, that's not how he introduced himself.
What did he say?
So he said that he is already a congressman.
So there is no doubt in your mind that that was Congressman Banal you were talking to, and not a possible person who was just using the congressman's name.
No doubt, Your Honor.
Good. That's already on record. Now, let me see. When he said, we will show you if you help us, didn't you bother to ask who was us?
He introduced himself as parang part of the secretariat or something. I did not ask anymore because I was so shocked with what he showed me. Parang
he was part of he was saying, in effect, that there was a group behind him. Isn't that so? Because he said, we'll help you if you will help us.
Something like that, Your Honor.
Yes. Did you, during the course of your conversation, elicit from him the name of the group to which he belonged? You said he might have been a member of some secretariat or something.
I couldn't recall, Your Honor, but as far as I'm concerned, he was parang elusive. He was elusive.
Is that
yes.
your word? Was being
parang
elusive.
He was not divulging a lot of things.
All right. The mere fact that he was trying to cover the document seems to support your answer now. Was that one of the bases? What are your bases for saying that he appeared to be elusive?
He did not want to disclose anything other than what he showed me and what he asked. And then I was asking him to give me the document so I can examine it further, but he did not give it to me.
Did you ask him, where did you get these documents?
Yes,
because
I did.
You told him, I cannot help you, sir, because these appear to be foreign currency documents. In effect, is that what you said to him?
I cannot help you, sir. I'm sorry. We cannot disclose anything about any account or any person or any client.
Was he asking about a foreign currency account? Can you remember? Or any account
He
at
did not
all?
particularly ask about any account, Your Honor, just certain figures like dollar sign, if it was really a dollar sign or something like that.
So he was just making an overture and you frustrated his intentions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good of you as a bank official. You were obeying the law. But I'm very interested about this approach of Congressman Banal, and for that reason, Mr. President, I would like to request that subpoena should be issued to Congressman Banal, since we already have a categorical identification by the witness.
Granted.
Thank you.
Session suspended for...
Yes. May we have one question from Senator Arroyo, Mr. President, before the suspension?
May I just suspend the session for 1 minute?
Okay. Yeah, let's...
Alright, maraming mga bagong impormasyon ang lumabas sa pag-usad ng paglilitis.
Naging exciting yung talakayan, ano?
Unahin na natin siguro, ito yung bagong-bago, no, na yung paglutang ng pangalan ni Congressman Banal.
Bolet Banal, ng
Yes.
Quezon City. Na siya raw lumapit dito kay Ms. Chongson para humingin ng impormasyon.
Na apparently meron na siyang photocopy nung bank documents. Anong implikasyon ng attorney of course, kasama pa rin natin si Attorney Henry Asuncion, attorney, implikasyon sa banking industry na hindi naman nila actually tinulungan si Congressman Banal, pero meron siyang leak documents.
Secrecy, the leakage, kung totoo yung sinasabi na merong dalang photocopy, yung si Congressman Banal at identified siya. Now, paano nagkaroon ng kopya? Yung si Congressman Banal. So we are looking now into a leakage. And this leakage definitely would tend to breach the secrecy of bank deposits or bank accounts. That has been the question, no? And from there, pupunta ngayon dun sa Annex A and submarkings dun sa request for the issuance of subpoena ng prosecution. Apparently, lumalabas na yung mga account numbers there dun sa photocopy nagko-concur dun sa actual and original bank account numbers ng mga accounts na yan with the PSB. So talagang tinitingnan kung paano mo nagkaroon ng, assuming there is that existing photocopy, paano lumabas yung kopyang yan.
Yes. Nalalagay ho sa alanganin yung bangko dito. Diba?
O yung secrecy.
Yes.
More on the point, hindi ho nagdalawang isip si Presiding Officer Enrile na maglabas ng subpoena kay Congressman Banal. Dati-rati ho kasi, parang in deference to a co-equal, medyo nangingimi sila magpatawag ng kongresista o Supreme Court Justice for that matter. Pero this time, pagka-move pa lang ni Senator Santiago, granted agad yung... Ngayon ho, wala hong dahilan para hindi pumunta si Congressman Banal at i-reveal yung source ng kanyang dokumento. Ganun po ba ang aasahan natin dyan?
Lumalabas kasi, it's very crucial And there's now an identification from the bank manager kay Congressman Banal. So, to clarify everything, for the sake of truth, nag-issue ng subpoena kay Congressman Banal. Congressman Banal now is given the chance to answer the statements of the branch manager.
Yun pa, Attorney, lumitaw pa sa pagbusisi ni Senator Judge Legarda na yung kwento ng small lady, Feb 2 Pero si Congressman Banal, January 31. So, kung sinasabi ng prosecution na inabot sa kanila ng small lady ng Feb 2, bakit hawak niya na nung January 31 pa lang?
That's correct.
So, paano yun? Invent tong kwento? Paano ba yun?
Medyo nabutasan ho yata yung small lady story ng prosecution dito.
There's a transition Unless naman tinago muna, then nabigay o nilabas noong February 2. You don't discount that.
Yes.
Ngayon, i-relate ho natin ulit dito sa impeachment trial, specifically sa Article 2. Ano naman hong kinalaman nitong paglapit ni Congressman Banal sa isang bank manager kaugnay dito sa impeachment trial na isinasagawa?
Kasi you are looking here of the assets or the cash, the monies, supposed to be owned by the respondent CJ. Article 2 speaks of, especially 2.3, yung SALN. And the SALN, may columns yan, hindi ba, mga assets, cash on hand, etc. Ito mga, these bank deposits form part of the assets of the public officer concerned. So, dapat reported doon.
But I'm thinking, excuse me, Rhea, I'm thinking more on the lines, Attorney, dun sa fruit of the poisonous tree. In effect, please correct me if I'm wrong, si Congressman Banal was in effect asking for the branch manager to do something illegal. Hindi, ganun po ba yan?
In a way, yes. Kasi bank secrecy yan So, the
ano magiging implikasyon nun sa prosecution?
Look at this, si Congressman Banal was, in a way, asking for confirmation. Yung mga entries dun sa kopya niya.
Kung dollar ba to?
He was not asking, as I witness, for a copy or for copies of bank documents. Validation lang or confirmation lang yung mga entries doon. Specifically, yung supposed to be, yung dollar sign. But after that, frustrated yun kasi nag-repair na itong bank manager. So, hindi na natuloy yun. There was an attempt.
Okay.
Pero, Attorney, importanteng ma-establish kung kanino, kung saan nanggaling yung dokumento. If it was legally acquired or, illegally acquired. Kasi kanina sinasabi nila itong impeachment trial, iba siya sa criminal trial ito ba nag-a-apply ba yung fruit of from the poisonous tree o since impeachment trial ito, latag lang tayo ng latag ng ebidensya.
Yes, kasi the moment will come when all these documentary evidence will be offered, formally offered. And it will be at that time where the admissibility of this documentary evidence will be tackled by the impeachment court. At this time, when there is no formal offer yet, hindi pa lumalabas yan eh.
But definitely, attorney,
that will be raised definitely by the defense.
Kung saan nanggaling itong dokumento, kung if it's admissible, kung illegal siya na nakuha. Ganon.
At ang korte ho magde-decide kung alin ang a-admit, alin ang hindi.
That's correct.
Okay.
Time deposits.
Okay.
Ayan.
Prior to that revelation na nilapitan siya ni Congressman Banal, lumutang din po na meron pa palang ibang peso deposit accounts itong si Chief Justice Corona, and 3 of those accounts isinara ho on the day of the impeachment. Kaya medyo, sabi nga ni Senator Estrada, nagdududa siya. Ano hong implikasyon naman nito dito sa pinag-uusapan natin ngayon?
The prosecution was saying that masyadong coincidental yung closing or withdrawal ng time deposits na yan sa December 12 when the impeachment process was initiated doon sa House. So, parang gusto nang palabas dito, there was a cover. There was a cover to retrieve all the deposits, no? And because of that impeachment. Because impeachments in their perception would reach all these bank deposits. Kasi there's a forfeiture law and even the anti-graft law, no, na yung mga unlawfully acquired property and the forfeiture law also includes money, pwedeng mag-forfeit in favor of the state. That is the relevance there. Pero if it could be explained that these are really valid assets
para hindi siya ma-forfeit
of the respondent, definitely there'll be no ground for forfeiture.
So yun ang hamon sa depensa, no? Pag sila nangako ang sumalang.
Yes, justify, gano'n.
Pero kinlarify din naalala ko si Senator Ligarda, sinabi niya walang kinalaman yung accounts na yon that were closed on December 12, 2011 dun sa SALN ng 2010.
Sinabi niya yon. Kasi ang cutoff ng SALN, I recall, is December 31st of the year, no?
Yes.
And then the filing will be on April 30th of the succeeding year.
Filing.
So all accounts, all assets, within that period should be reflected dun sa SALN, to be filed on April 30. One is the cutoff, which is December 31st. No? And then the filing, April 30 of the succeeding year.
Attorney, so kung may pera ka at the start of the year, pero zero balance mo siya at the end of the year, wala kang idedeklara sa SALN mo. Kasi zero balance na siya.
No, as of December 31st, zero balance, wala nang lalabas.
So walang lalabas sa SALN na gano'n. Kahit may pera ka nung start of the year. Yes, wala na.
Assets as of December 31st.
Okay.
But it doesn't mean na wala kang pera. Kasi winidraw mo lang eh. So yung pera nasa iyo pa. Parang gano'n.
So ano hong value nun sa Article 2 na pinapatunayan ng prosecution?
Sabi nga ng prosecution, to show the attempt to shield or cover up.
Okay.
Yan ang sinabi ng prosecution.
Pero pinag-uusapan ho natin SALN eh.
Non-disclosure
Non-disclosure, oo.
Kung dinisclose o hindi.
Yung dalawang period yun, kailangan makikita. But look at that, the prosecution announced to be particular na iba ito sa SALN na ito. Gusto lang namin pagkina yung attempt to conceal, to be blunt about it.
Attorney, ito namang hearsay evidence. Gano'n ba, may bigat ba yan, itong hearsay evidence? Kunyari, itong mga bank officers, hindi sila mismo yung nag-enter nitong mga impormasyon sa bank documents, pero of course, sila yung sumasala ngayon sa paglilitis.
Ang nangyayari dyan, ang basis dyan, merong hearsay evidence, testimonial evidence, merong hearsay also doon sa documentary evidence. Kasi basic dyan, na a witness can only testify doon sa kanyang personal knowledge. Kung narinig mo lang, at testify mo yun, magiging hearsay.
Yes.
Diba? It's not out of your own personal knowledge. Ngayon, sa mga documents, let's go to these documents, no? May hearsay din yan kung hindi ka, if you are not a party, if you are not privy to these documents, no? May mga exceptions dyan. Kung mukha yung mga commercial, lease, etc., pagkatapos records in the ordinary course of business, no? But then you have to qualify that these are documents or records in the ordinary course of business. You qualify, and that witness should be made to declare or make the statements that she is aware of the keeping of these documents, the process, etc., the custody, etc.
Ito nga ho yung tulong na ginawa ni Senator Santiago sa kanila.
Dapat nakikita mo yun.
You have to, parang sinasabi niya, lay the foundation.
Yes. Hindi ka mukha, alimbawa tayong tatlo, we are strangers to the records ng GMA. If we testify in those records, kahit in the ordinary course of business, wala tayong nalalaman, no basis. Ang knowledge natin, hindi po pwede.
Wala tayong karapatang tumistigo.
If we say, halimbawa, we are the CFOs, we are the sa BP Finance, etc., involved tayo sa mga accounts na yan, although hindi ka ang mismo nag-enter dyan, pro under supervision, may knowledge ka na doon.
Okay na ho yun. So, hindi na ho kailangan ipatawag yung mismong naglagay nitong mga entries. Hindi na kailangan
kung branch manager ka, yung mga entrada dyan, alam mo, binavalidate mo. In that way, you can even be said to have privity or participation.
Ito hong kanina nagkaroon din ng diskusyon, Ivan, no? Yung sinasabi nilang yung redirect and yung cross-examination. Napag-usapan kung ano ba, dapat ba open questioning o narrow, ano ba, may rulo bang ganun sa impeachment trial?
Pakipaliwanag nga po, ano ba yung pinag-aawayan nila kanina doon?
Sabi ng presiding officer, we adopt the open. No, kasi it's like this. Yung direct question, halimbawa, testigo kita, so I'll be asking you direct questions yan, mga tungkol doon sa facts na gusto ko. Now, cross. Sa cross-examination kasi, meron tinatawag na American rule, meron English rule. Ang American rule, limited ka lang, ang cross questions mo, limited ka lang doon sa deklarasyon ng testigo. You cannot go beyond. Yung English rule naman, anything related, you cross, anything related to the declarations or statements of the witness on direct, allowed. And in the Philippines, we follow the English rule. The cross will not be limited strictly to what was testified to by the witness.
So, open.
But any question, open. Anything related to the testimony of the witness on direct, may be the subject of cross. Yung redirect naman, recross, yung redirect kasi, the purpose there is to clarify statements made doon sa cross.
Hindi ho siya pahabol na, ay teka, may nakalimutan ako itanong, ihahabol ko to.
That's additional direct.
Additional direct ang tawag doon.
Redirect kasi, redirect arises from the questions on the cross. Pero kung hindi related doon at talagang bago, you ask for additional direct. And then there could be additional cross. Yung recross naman, it's based on the redirect testimony of the witness.
Okay. Bago tayo magpatuloy sa ating talakayan, Rhea.
Tuloy-tuloy muna ang balitaan dito sa GMA News TV.
Ang News TV Live ihahatid sa atin ni Mark Salazar. Mark?
Salamat, Ivan at Rhea. 3 ang patay, kabilang isang madre, matapos sumalpok ang isang pickup van sa trailer truck sa Star Tollway sa Malvar, Batangas. 2 iba pa ang kritikal na kasalukuyang ginagamot sa Mary Mediatrix Hospital sa Lipa City. Sa investigasyon ng Malvar Police, nawala ng kontrol ang driver ng van at bumangga ito sa likuran ng sinusundang truck. Nayupi ang van at nawasak ang windshield nito sa lakas ng impact. Galing Nueva Ecija ang mga biktima para maghahatid sana ng bata sa isang bahay ampunan. Umapaw na ang ilang spillway sa probinsya ng Sorsogon dahil sa patuloy na pagbuhos ng malakas na ulan. Dahil hindi makatawid sa mga rumaragasang ilog, stranded ang ilang estudyante at residente. Pinaalalahanan ng mga Provincial Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council ang mga residente na mag-ingat, lalo na ang mga nakatira malapit sa mga bundok at ilog. Ang pag-ulan sa rehiyon ng Bicol ay ilang bahagi ng Visayas at Mindanao ay dulot ng low pressure area na namataan malapit sa Davao City. At yan po ang iba pang malalaking balita sa oras na ito. Para sa News TV Live, ako po si Mark Salazar. Balik sa inyo, Ray at Ivan.
Salamat, Mark. Balikan po natin ang ating talakayan. Kasama pa rin, syempre, si Attorney Asuncion. Balikan po natin yung mukhang magiging exciting itong pagharap ni Congressman
Banal, no?
Bolet Banal. Ano? Ito ho, like I said kanina, co-equal ito. Ano? Wala ho ba kayong nakikitang conflict dito na ipapatawag ng impeachment court ang isang member of the House?
Let us see if Congressman Banal will resist the subpoena on that basis. Traditional courtesy between the two houses. No? It may be pleaded, sasabihin niya.
Oho, pero may basihan ho. Dahil yun nga, yung co-equal eh. Pwedeng sabihin niya, hindi, ayokong mag-testify.
Pero siguro, dahil yung pangalan ni Congressman Banal nandun na, kung talagang hindi nangyari yun, he'll definitely be bold enough, strong enough, and willing enough to contest that.
Attorney, hindi ba ma-reprimand itong prosecution? Dahil medyo nakikita na natin yung magkakaibang kwento eh. Na ito yung si Small Lady, tapos nauna pala itong pagpunta ni Congressman Banal doon sa PS Bank na meron na pala siyang kopya. Paano ho bubusisiin kung saan talaga galing itong mga kopyang ito?
The prosecution was required by the Senate President, the presiding officer, to submit their explanation regarding that question document, the attachment nila. And I think they've submitted their explanation already. Now, it's up now to the Senate or the impeachment court to consider, evaluate whether the explanation excuses them from any error, any omission that the prosecution has committed.
Ano ho ba usually sanction sa mga ganyan kapag especially sinasabi nila, of course, no, sinasabi nga fake document itong hawak ng prosecution. Sa legal side po ang sinasabi kung sino ang bearer nitong fake document, siya din ang author nitong fake document. Tama ho ba yun?
Yes, but you are talking now of the original possessor of the document. That's in perjury, rather forgery. One who is in possession of the forged document is presumed to be the author of the forgery. The question is, who was in possession of this question or disputed document? The short lady?
Is there such a person?
Or Congressman Ray Umali? Sino yun? Nagiging mysterious ngayon yung short lady. If that short lady is a mere fiction, magkakaroon na kayo ng question kung sino talaga yung initial or original possessor of that question document. Assuming that document is really forged.
Yes.
It's incidentally, kilala ko si Congressman Banal, matangkad yun. Si Congressman Umali, matangkad din. So, marami sa mga average women, mukhang relatively short. So, maraming short lady.
Pero pag ganyan yung mga forged documents, so this could lead to disbarment. Pag mga ganyan yung kaso.
Pagdating sa, in court trials, in court litigations, actually, we are talking here of the impeachment court, no? Pag may sinubmit kang forged document na yan at alam mo, knowingly, no? You are subject to disbarment or disciplinary action by the Supreme Court. It may result, one, suspension or disbarment.
Pero, i-deny lang ho nila binigay lang ho sa amin to. Wala kaming intensyon na i-present ito. Hindi namin alam na forged. Is that enough defense?
If your defense is credible, so be it. if your defense is not credible, then you face the sanction.
Mukhang 1 month and counting pa itong Article 2 ah.
Oo,
Kasi may
mahaba-haba
bagong
pa to.
ipapasabpina na naman, no? Si Congressman Banal. Paano ba yan, attorney? Talagang magdedwell, tama ba na ganito kahaba na yung diskusyon dito sa Article 2? You think the senator judges got enough? The public got enough information already? And, you know, we should move on to the next article?
It could be, but if you are in the prosecution, you want to really establish in concrete form and evidence your case. The public may have gotten tired already of these exchanges, But you are the prosecution, you have the burden really, and the obligation to present your case to be so convincing that it will prove your case insofar as this Article 2 is concerned. You are obliged to do that. And there will be disturbances, there will be delays, there will be arguments, etc. But you cannot deviate from your burden if you think you have not satisfied that burden or discharged that burden. You don't feel comfortable. Sabi mo, you ended up without proving concretely your case. Titingnan ka ngayon sa resulta. Dahil kasi hindi lang kinukompleto ang ebidensya. You see?
Ayaw mong masilipan ng butas, kumbaga.
Attorney, kanina naglabas din ng certification yung PS Bank saying na walang ibang instruments, investment instruments na pinaglagakan si CJ Corona. Will this be material? Will this affect the case of the prosecution?
I recall the bank president stated 2 other bank deposits na hindi kasama dun sa sabpina. I recall that.
Yes.
So, additional evidence yun.
Okay.
And the prosecution definitely will be adopting. Kasi karagdagan yun eh.
Pero wala ho siyang investment accounts daw?
Wala. Lumalabas itong mga TDs na naman ata. Time deposits. So, karagdagan yun.
Ito yung punto hong yun na nag-volunteer. It appears nag-volunteer ng information si Mr. Garcia, no? Hindi naman ho violation ito ng bank secrecy.
Well, this is impeachment. It is an exception to the
even without the
secrecy.
subpoena.
Yes, nandun na eh.
All peso deposits,
related na yun eh. Peso accounts ito eh.
Alright, balikan natin si Joseph Morong na nakatutok sa Senado. Joseph.
Okay, Ivan Reyes, small lady ba o tall congressman ang source ng mga documents na inattach ng prosecution sa kanilang subpoena, no? Hindi natin inaasahan to na magiging exclusive itong pagbalik nitong si Annabel Chongson, PS Bank Katipunan Branch Manager, kasi finally, dun sa questioning nitong si Senator Loren Legarda, ay na-reveal na meron palang isang set of documents na hawak itong si Quezon City Representative George Bolet Banal. At ito daw umano, yung signature card na may $700K no, na nandun sa documents na yon. Ang mga dates, January 31, nang lumapit itong si Congressman Banal dito kay Annabel Chongson doon sa opisina niya sa Katipunan, no, sa PS Bank. Pero ang sinasabi nitong si Congressman Mali ay February 2, ibinigay sa kanya noong small lady yung mga documents. Ngayon, kanina ay na-ambush itong si, kinuna ng pahayag, itong si Representative Umali tungkol doon sa small lady. Kasi parang pwede itong mag-clash eh. Sino bang source talaga ng prosecution? Small lady ba o matagal nang may hawak yung prosecution ng mga bank documents na photocopy nitong si Chief Justice Corona? Narito ang pahayag nitong si Congressman Umali.
Bigay ng dokumento at pinapakita.
Sa akin?
Yung PS Bank Manager, sinasabi niya na si Congressman Banal yung nagpakita.
Hindi yung small lady mo.
Hindi small lady.
Well, hindi ko alam yun. I'm sure Congressman Banal has his own story to tell. But insofar as my story, I stand by it. It was a small lady who gave it to me. Kung meron mang ibang napagbigyan pa, hindi ko na alam yun. I wouldn't know. Nobody approached me. Nobody told me that they gave something to somebody. Not even Congressman Banal. He did not tell me anything. So I wouldn't know his story. Perhaps he is the best person to talk to.
So hindi alam ng grupo niyo, sir, yung ginawa ni Banal, ha?
Ako, hindi ko alam. Ako, I stand by my story. I got it. More or less nung yung Thursday, and then I gave it to Junjun Tupas. That's all.
Paano kung ipasabi na yung CCTV ng bangko that...
Okay, din naman ito namang reaksyon nitong si Representative Neil Tupas, no? Base dun sa mga panayam nitong si Jam Sisante na kasama natin dito sa Senado. Sinabi nitong si Tupas na, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not aware he is in possession of the documents. Ang sabi nitong si Representative Tupas ay February 2 rin, around 7:30 p.m. dun sa Maidas Hotel. Ito yung kaduktong ng story nitong si Representative Umali tungkol sa small lady. Una niyang nakita yung mga dokumento. Ivan Rhea, matatandaan mo dun sa testimonya nitong si Chong Son, nung tinanong siya, "Oy, saan galing yung documents mo?" Parang sa amin yan, ha. Ang sabi, marami raw tumutulong. Pero itong si Paulette Banal ay hindi niya sinabi kung sino in particular, kung sino yung mga nasa likod ng mga documents na yon. Tapos, kasi lumapit itong si Banal to supposedly para siguro ipag-guide kung ano ba itong mga laman-laman sa mga bank documents. Kung bang yung 700K, does it mean $700,000 US? So, ang sabi, hindi kita matutulungan dyan. At that point, umalis na daw itong si Banal at hindi na siya hininga ng tulong si Chongson. Ivan Rhea.
Joseph, linawin ko lang, ang alam ko si Congressman Banal, member ng majority. Pero member ba siya ng prosecution team?
Yes daw. Kasi nakikita namin siya dito, no? Kasama siya ng mga prosecutors at sa mga oras ito ay hinahanting siya ng mga media men, pero hindi pa siya makita for the meantime. So bahagi siya ng prosecution as I was informed. Ivan.
Okay.
Joseph, itinuturing bang parang dent ito ng prosecution sa kanila? Itong medyo nagkakaibang kwento?
I don't want to judge, but if you will listen to the statement of Representative Umali, he's saying that, we have maybe two sources of documents. Merong two sets even of documents. Yung isa na binigay sa kanya, yung isa ay hawak naman ni Representative Banal. We're still waiting for a word from the prosecution spokesperson to tell us what is the effect of this. Pero as far as the Representative Tupas and Ray Umali are saying, meron kaming alam na storya at meron din si Representative Banal na alam na storya. So we don't know if these are two sets of documents. Maybe later on ay i-confront ang mga senators doon sa ganung posibilidad na baka maaaring dalawang dokumento itong pinag-uusapan natin.
Have we heard from the defense? Joseph? Yeah. Have we heard from the defense? Kaugnay nitong bagong development na ito?
Okay, let me see yung statement ng galing naman ito kay Tina Perez, kasi she's covering the defense. Okay, initially, sabi ng defense ay the defense is caught by surprise. Malinaw na ngayon pa lamang sila nangangalap ng ebidensya at ginagamit nila ang impeachment court to do this. Malaking impact nito whether leaked or fake. Why are they in possession of the documents even before the subpoena was issued? Bawal daw yun sa batas. So yun, kini-question in effect ng depensa na bakit, teka lang, bakit hawak nyo na agad yung isang bank document na considered to be confidential. So paano ito nakuha? Sino nagbigay nito? Sa prosecution, remains to be the answer remains to be the question that has to be answered by the prosecution. Ivan.
Okay, maraming salamat. Joseph Morong, at mukhang napapatagal ang Senate minutes natin ngayon. Balikan ka namin maya-maya lamang. Maraming salamat sa iyo, Joseph.
Alright, balikan po natin si Attorney Hener Asuncion.
Narinig mo, Rhea, yung panig ng depensa.
Yes.
Yun yung gusto kong itanong, Attorney, kanina na illegally or paano ba?
Fishing expedition?
Fishing expedition using illegal means. Yun po ba yung tinutumbok ng depensa dun sa kanilang pahayag kanina?
Yes, what they're saying and what they've been saying is that from the beginning, walang ebidensya o kulang ebidensya ng prosecution, and they are trying to gather evidence during the course of the proceedings through subpoenas. Yan ang fishing expedition na sinasabi nila. Through subpoenas. Alright, subpoena sa bank manager, subpoena sa bank president, at lumalabas sa kanyang mga bank documents showing the bank accounts of the respondent CJ. Initially, wala silang ganon na lumalabas. And it could be answered this way. Sikreto, confidential yung mga bank accounts nila, bank documents. So, how can you discover this? You definitely cannot discover these accounts at the very beginning. Otherwise, makikita mo na lahat yan, at mas mabilis presenta yung mga ebidensya. Patawag ka ng patawag eh. Kasi you are not barred from conferring with your witness or witnesses. You don't teach your witness or witnesses, but you can confer with your witness before presenting him or her sa korte. See? Ngayon, yung illegal means na sinasabi, that's a different story now, no? Kasi ang illegal means na sinasabi nila ngayon, apparently, no, yung basis, the document which was made as the basis for the request of subpoena. See? Meron dokumento na apparently sa lumalabas ngayon, it came from a source not authorized by the bank. Yan ang lumalabas eh.
Yes. Okay.
But it would appear, however, no, that there are entries in this question document which are confirmed by the entries in the bank documents,
the original
bank documents. So you look at that, no? In a way, therefore, yung basis ng request for subpoena dito is different from the actual physical evidence na yung bank documents. Yun ang magiging documentary evidence mo if you are the prosecution. Hindi mo gagamitin yung basis ng subpoena. Itong gagawin mong ebidensya.
Yung original.
You are not related doon, no? So far as evidence is concerned,
yes.
No, it's a different matter now, no? If your prosecution will be subjected to disciplinary action from the Senate Impeachment Court, if you are guilty in this maneuver, questionable maneuver, but evidence-wise, ang gagamitin mo ito.
Yung original of course.
Attorney, halimbawa ko pinatawag na nga si Congressman Banal, no? Can he be compelled to name his source? O pwede niyang i-invoke na secret?
It's a matter now. Let's say, I think we can only answer that after we hear the statements of Mr. Banal. Kung sasabihin niya at the very beginning,
a smallest lady handed it to me.
Yes, mas maliit. Ganun lang sasabihin niya, I cannot recognize him or her. Binigay sa akin, I pick it up, tinignan ko, gano'n. That's the end. Whether that statement now is credible or not, nasa impeachment court yan.
Alright, balikan po natin ang impeachment proceedings.
Considering that he is a member of the House of Representatives, perhaps we can do that, Mr. President, or we can take it up on Monday during the caucus.
What is the pleasure of the lady senator from Iloilo who made the motion?
I'm perhaps
is the lady senator from Iloilo still here?
Well, at the moment, Mr. President, I will I will do my best to get in touch with her at the soonest possible time and ask if she is amenable to my proposition and the proposition of the other members of the court.
Anyway, you can make a motion, move for a motion for consideration of the ruling, given the fact that no one objected, so it can be decided by the body.
Yes, I so move, Mr. President, that we invite instead. May we recognize Senator Arroyo?
Senator Arroyo has the floor.
Mr. President, I think in respect to Congressman Banal, we should just invite him. I mean, let's not think of him, as an interparliamentary courtesy. He comes from the
Any objection to the motion and to just to reconsider the previous motion of the lady senator from Iloilo, which was approved by the chair, to just invite this member of the House of Representatives to appear here to explain his side. Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Just one question, Mr. President. May I?
Proceed.
I just want to find out, is Congressman Banal a member of the House Judiciary Committee? A Committee on Justice and Human Rights, or whatever.
Your Honor, he is an ex-officio member of the Committee on Justice.
Why ex-officio?
He is my deputy majority leader, one of the deputy majority leaders, and he's an ex-officio member of the Justice Committee of the House.
That's all I want to know. Thank you.
Senator. May we recognize the birthday celebrant tomorrow, Mr. President, Senator Jingo Estrada.
Senator Jingo Estrada has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Isang katanungan lang kay Congressman Tupas. Meron po tayong bagong revelasyon na si Congressman Banal daw ang unang nakakuha nung sinasabing dokumento. Ayon din sa testigo, sino ba talaga nauna? Si Congressman Banal o yung pag-abot ng maliit na babae nung kay Congressman Umali?
Your Honor, wala akong alam doon sa nangyari before nung February 2 ng gabi. Kasi yung nakuha ko yung dokumento, yung pinakauna nakita ko po February 2 ng gabi. At kaya nung kinabukasan, inattach na namin doon sa supplemental request for subpoena.
So yung ginamit yung inattach dito doon sa supplemental request, yun yung galing kay Congressman Umali?
Yes po.
Hindi kay Congressman Banal?
Galing po kay Congressman Umali binigay sa akin.
Alright, thank you. Madam Witness, noong December 12 of 2011, do you recall how the withdrawals of the 3 accounts were made?
I will try, Your Honor, to recall.
Will we wait for your answer? Okay, we can wait. Just try and recall how the 3 withdrawals were made. Or the 3 accounts.
There are so many transactions in the branch, so normally I would like to refer to a document so I can be sure, Your Honor.
Sure.
I don't have any document with me.
So you don't know how was it paid? Was it withdrawn in cash? Was it paid
via
through
MC.
manager's check? All through manager's check. Okay. Did you receive a call from maybe the depositor or from anybody that a large or a huge amount will be withdrawn on that day?
Yes, Your Honor.
From whom?
From the depositor, Your Honor.
Si Chief Justice Corona mismo tumawag sa inyo.
He sent, let me recall, Your Honor, medyo matagal. If I remember it correctly, Your Honor, he sent an authorization letter to his wife.
And then?
So that his wife may get the manager's check. Yes, Your Honor.
Right. So you only received a written authority coming from the depositor?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President.
When the accounts were closed, in effect, you were required to allow the withdrawal of the funds from the custody of the bank, isn't it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you did comply with the request to close the account, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And was cash withdrawn to cover the total amount of the 3 accounts closed?
Manager's check, Your Honor.
Manager's check. So, do you have copies of those manager's checks?
We have the duplicate copy, Your Honor.
You have a copy of those manager's check when they were encashed to draw the cash account.
They were not encashed, Your Honor.
Until today, they are not. The manager's check have not returned to the bank.
I will have to check on that, Your Honor. If it was they were already negotiated.
They have not been negotiated.
I'm not sure, Your Honor. I will have to check.
You have duplicate copies of those manager's checks?
Yes, Your Honor. We have the original under it, the duplicate. Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Senator Pangilinan, Mr. President.
The gentleman from Pampanga.
Yes, Mr. President, just to connect me of the bank president and your testimony now, we had requested, and it was ordered by the court, that the pertinent records of the bank with respect to the withdrawals and the transfers will be submitted to the court. And therefore, we would just reiterate that, Mr. President, when I raised the questions earlier regarding these withdrawals. My question is, were the manager's checks redeposited in the bank? The manager's checks that were withdrawn or that were executed in December 12?
As I've said earlier, sir, I will check first because I'm not very sure if they were already negotiated.
And when you say negotiated, you mean this was endorsed to possibly another bank?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or to another account? If it's another account, you would know.
Yes, Your Honor.
But you don't know.
They were not deposited or negotiated to get another account in the bank, Your Honor.
I see. Well, anyway, Mr. President, as was earlier ordered by the presiding officer, that the related documents, including what the presiding officer said earlier, with respect to these withdrawals and the transactions where it was transferred, will be submitted by the bank for the record, Mr. President. Thank you.
Senator Drilon, Mr. President, wishes to be recognized.
The gentleman from Iloilo.
Just a few questions, Sir President. Your bank president earlier testified that there were 2 other accounts. Would you know if this account is with your branch?
Yes, Your Honor.
It is with your branch?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have the documents on these 2 other accounts?
It's with our president, Your Honor.
It is with your president? I mean, it is in the main office?
Yes, Your Honor.
Not with the president, not in the possession of the president now? You wouldn't know?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. But what is certain is that there are 2 additional accounts?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Just to complete the information, the 2 accounts were accounts maintained in the what they call Katipunan branch of the PS Bank.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
No. So these documents pertaining to this accounts will be brought on the next hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, the accounts mentioned are all in the name of Renato Coronado Corona. Were
Yes,
there
Your
also,
Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Now, you mentioned that the depositor sent, the depositor, meaning the Chief Justice, sent an authorization for the closing of the 3 accounts on December 12, 2011, through his wife, the wife being Cristina.
Yes, Your
Corona.
Honor.
Now, did Cristina Corona have separate accounts with your bank?
I don't know, Your Honor.
You don't know. You do not know it could exist it may not exist. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you please also check whether or not Christina Corona would have accounts in Katipunan branch for the next hearing? And do we have to issue a subpoena, or is it enough that this request is being made today?
May I consult? Subpoena, Your Honor.
You prefer a subpoena. In that case, may I request that a subpoena be issued for the specific account of Christina Corona, who is the spouse of the Chief Justice.
Since the banks are here, bank officials, and since this is an impeachment case, and there is an exception regarding revelation of bank deposits in an impeachment case, may we know whether you would voluntarily bring the records of those two other accounts to this impeachment court, so that if you don't, then we will issue a subpoena?
Sir, I prefer a subpoena for my protection.
May I request the president of the bank to answer the question?
Your Honor, we understand that this is an order from the impeachment court. We will comply on the basis of it.
Yes, the chair confirms that it is an order of the impeachment court for you to bring the records pertaining to these two accounts mentioned by the gentleman from Iloilo.
We will do so, Your Honor.
All right. And you will bring them in the next hearing of this case, which will be
on Monday.
On Monday, the next Monday from today, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Do you understand the order of the court? Please say so for the record.
Yes, Your Honor, we understand the order of the court.
All right.
So we will just await those records, Mr. President, and just to complete it, also the president of the bank mentioned that he has an idea where the 17 million pesos, which was closed on under account number 089121023,848 for 17 million on December 12, 2011, he specifically said, quote, "I have an idea where the 17 million went, but I do not want to speculate." So maybe he can also bring the documents on this point so that we do not have to speculate.
What is the response of the president of the bank?
Your Honor, my response actually at that time was made in the context of an idea where from the time deposit it was paid out to. No? So in that particular aspect, as far as the payment out of the time deposit to through whatever facility or crediting, that was the context of my reply, Your Honor. But I did not want to categorically state it because I wasn't sure about it. I could remember that the time deposit was credited to one particular account, that of the...
Credited to one particular account in your bank?
Yes, Your Honor, but I am not conclusively certain about it. I will verify our records and then report to the court.
Okay. Is that satisfactory?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I understand that there was a request from the gentleman from Iloilo to subpoena the accounts, if any, of Mrs. Corona? Is that...
well, the witness already said that yes, there was a request, Your Honor, because of the answers of the Ms. Johnson, that there were actually... Did Ms. Johnson say there were accounts, or she will check if there are accounts?
Yeah, I will check.
I'm sorry?
I will check.
So
but
that...
I think,
Yeah. She will check, and if there are accounts, she will bring it here, the documents.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Mr. President.
Yes, the lady senator from...
Thank you. Mr. President, I would just like to get guidance from His Honor as to how we are expected to treat the specific amount, which was, I only have the last three digits, the 848, which was opened on June 29, 2011, closed on December 12, 2011, for 17 million because it is outside of the coverage of Article 2. So I would just like to get direction on how how we as senator judges are expected to treat this, because I cannot comprehend how this is covered by Article 2, and if we are now looking at this from a money laundering standpoint, I would just like to get direction. And this also goes for the opening of other accounts, and including the transfer of the account. I am definitely interested in the pursuit of justice, but I still need to understand how it relates specifically to Article 2, because this is why this witness is being presented. So we do not get confused by the issues, Mr. President.
I would suggest that we take this up in our caucus on Monday.
And I'd be very happy to, but I take this up because we already have additional documents now which later on may go into a year-end that is beyond the scope of Article 2, which, for the record, ends, as far as I recall, on December 31, 2010. Thank you.
If the Senate President will allow, as we were the one who raised this question,
proceed.
The relevance, that is why precisely we are trying to find out the manager's check. There was a manager's check issued to withdraw 17 million. Where was this manager's check negotiated? If the witness is not even certain as to whether it was negotiated or it's still outstanding, and therefore it becomes relevant because on December 31 of 2011, this could be part of the assets which would be, of course, I'm sorry, I withdraw that, Mr. President. This could be part of the determination of the court as to whether or not there are unreported assets, Your Honor. But we do appreciate that we should discuss this in caucus, Your Honor.
Whatever values a person owns at a given date, then my understanding of the requirement for the preparation of statement of assets and liabilities and net worth, all those must be included. Now, whether they are in the form of cash, in the form of properties, in the form of real estate property, or in the form of securities or investments. Now, managers' checks are actually cash. They have the nature of a cash asset of a taxpayer, because you can negotiate them anytime and you can convert them into cash.
Mr. President, Senator Bongbong Marcos wishes to be recognized.
The gentleman from Ilocos Norte.
Just as a suggestion, Mr. President, I note that we had provisionally issued a subpoena for Congressman Banal. I am in receipt of information that he is in fact in the building, and perhaps we could just invite him to come and explain whether he can confront the witness and explain what exactly the events that transpired during his visit to the bank. Just as a suggestion, Mr. President.
Well, if he's in the building, well, this chair have no objection if he will appear and clear the air about his post-involvement in this matter.
Before that, Mr. President, may we recognize Senator Joker Arroyo
The
before we
gentleman
decide.
from Makati and Bicol.
Any witness, any person that we call has the right to prepare. So give Congressman Banal time to prepare, because we cannot give a shotgun question here. So I think let the invitation stand as it is. I hope you will agree. Senator Marcos, thank you.
Very well, but certainly because the issue. So I was just making the suggestion. So we do not have to confront the issue as to whether or not to subpoena a fellow member of Congress, because if he would be amenable to come and testify, maybe not today, maybe on Monday, on the strength of an invitation. Okay. Then that problem will not have to be confronted by the court. That was my thinking, Mr. President.
I leave it to the distinguished gentleman from Congress. If he's in the building,
if he wishes
to voluntarily come, and if he wants to clear the air about his involvement so that it will not be left hanging to the speculation of the public, he may do so.
Mr. President,
The gentleman from Makati and Bicol.
quite frankly, this shotgun invitation, I mean,
shotgun.
Let's give him a chance. Let him come Monday, and then rather than just because he's roaming around here, and then suddenly his name is mentioned. I mean, we're not in the habit of anyone who is mentioned here and he's around, and we will invite him to testify. I mean, that's
anyway,
nice.
Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, it was merely a suggestion, I think, on the side of Senator Marcos, para makaiwas lang sa mga problema pa. But anyway, it's up to him.
Well, anyway, to avoid any further discussion, let's invite him to come on Monday.
Okay. No objection, Mr. President. Senator Pangilinan wishes to...
Just two more quick questions,
The
Mr. President.
gentleman from Pampanga.
Yes, just two more follow-up quick questions to the witness. Madam Witness, you said that you're familiar with two more accounts, no? But you'd like to get the documents, no? And that and you have said that there have been, on December 12, there were withdrawals for 3 accounts, no? Not of these 2 accounts. Would you know in these 2 other accounts were there withdrawals too on December 12?
May I refer to the document?
Yes. Last December 12, 2011. Because
Sir, there were 2 withdrawals on the accounts that were covered by the initial subpoena, and the other withdrawal was the one of the additional. I think, if I may recall, I will have to check on that.
So there were 3 withdrawals on December 12.
I think so,
Yes,
Your Honor.
my question
I will check on it.
And we've already established that. For the 2 accounts that you say you don't have the records now and you will be bringing it on Monday, would you know if there were, because you're the bank manager, no? And therefore, if there were withdrawals on the same day, December 12, on these 2 other accounts, and therefore, would you know if there were 5 withdrawals for these peso accounts, or you're just familiar with 3?
I cannot say. I will have to check,
You will
Your
have to
Honor,
check.
to be sure.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Your Honor, please.
The gentleman from the defense.
Since we are prohibited, Your Honor,
by the rules of this impeachment court to make any objection to any manifestation or examination by the member of this honorable court, Your Honor, I'll just place on record our observation with respect to the document so to be produced, Your Honor. It will be noted that there is nothing mentioned about, with specific and concretely, Your Honor, about the accounts being mentioned, Your Honor. But apparently the witness is being bulldozed to make an admission to the effect that there are accounts, there are deposits made, although it is not mentioned, Your Honor. It is not specifically delineated nor particularized, Your Honor. We want to say of record with your apologies to this court, Your Honor, that this necessarily partakes of a fishing expedition, Your Honor.
No, to be fair, counsel, in the course of the testimony of the witness, and I think it was the president of the bank, who revealed that there were other accounts. We did not fish for that information. It was the president of the bank who mentioned about the existence of first one account, which he described into the record. And second, he said there are two other accounts, but that he could not remember the details of these two accounts. That it was not a fishing expedition. It was a part of the testimony of the bank president.
There is no question, Your Honor, about the nature of the revelation made by but our point of observation, Your Honor, is that these are matters not alleged in the complaint. Neither is it part of the impeachment complaint, Your Honor, under impeachment number 2, Your Honor. Impeachment article number 2. Because
we deemed it covered under paragraph 2.3.
2.2 and 2.3, Your Honor.
Yes, 2.2 and 2.3 of the of Article 2.
But these are deposits made even after the filing of the complaint in this case, Your Honor. If I remember correctly, Your Honor, the complaint was filed in this case way back in December 2010, Your Honor, 2010.
Yes.
2011, Your Honor. And the subject matter dealt with in the questioning with the honorable members of the court, Your Honor, deal with accounts opened after this date and withdrawals made after this date also, Your Honor. So
this go into the issue of whether the SAL-N at the end of 2011 was covered all the assets of the party making that SAL-N. Because if indeed he had in his possession 1 billion pesos on that date, on or before December 31, and he did not include that into his SAL-N, that means that there is an inclusion of an asset, isn't it?
Yeah, but the acquisitions, Your Honor, together with the opening of the accounts mentioned and the withdrawals were effected after the filing of the complaint, Your Honor.
Correct. But we are discussing a point of practice in the bank. If I deposited an amount at the beginning of the year and then I withdrew it 1 month before the end of the year, and I hold the manager's check, so how do you characterize the manager's check? Not an asset, a liability? What?
But our point, Your Honor, is in connection. Apparently, these are evidence being presented, Your Honor. And our point is, it is not circumscribed, neither does it fall within the ambit of the complaint, Your Honor.
Mr. President.
It's a right of the impeachment Chief Justice Corona, Your Honor, not to be asked to explain nor to make any statement with respect to those that does not fall within the coverage of the information complaint, Your Honor.
Mr. President,
that's only our point, Your Honor.
Just a minute, please. May I have my time to discuss the matter with the Defense Counsel? Your Honor, I know a little bit of accounting. And when you prepare your balance sheet during the year, at the end of the year, which is actually the nature of a SAL-N, a balance sheet, a personal balance sheet. Whatever is the nature of the asset that you have, whether it is a bank deposit, cash on hand, in real terms, an actual cash, including your real asset properties, you ought to include that in your SAL-N.
May I continue, Your
Yes,
Honor?
yes.
Your Honor, please.
You are free to discuss with the chair.
Your Honor, please. I am not questioning, neither the defense is questioning, the production or the submission of any of these documents being referred to, Your Honor. What we are raising is a point which is very, very material insofar as the right to be informed of the nature of the charge and accusation against him on the part of the respondent, impeachable public officer. If we examine the complaint, Your Honor, this SAL-N deal with or in question are only those until 2010, Your Honor. Therefore, any SAL-N after that is no longer within the coverage of the information. If this is a criminal case, Your Honor, certainly evidence to that effect must be excluded. And even if admitted, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Was the SAL-N alleged in the Article 2 specifically
refers to
referring to December 2010?
Mr. President, we haven't filed 2011 yet. That was the point I was saying since I was standing up earlier.
Thank you for the clarification. That is my point, Your Honor. First, it could not have been within the coverage of the complaint for the reason that this complaint was filed 2010, Your Honor, 2011. And these acquisitions, depositing this amount, withdrawing it, are beyond the period covered in the impeachment complaint. Now, while it is true...
Well, my suggestion, Your Honor, so that I can debate, we can discuss this lengthily. At the proper time, when your turn to present your evidence in chief, you can traverse this and say, well, these assets did not exist in the year 2010. So they could not have been included in the SAL-N of the respondent in 2010. They arose only at the beginning of 2011, and in which case your position is proper.
That course, thank you, Your Honor, for the advice, Your Honor. But my point is a question of procedure and jurisdiction. If we are agreed that the information charge or the complaint in this case charges only matters taking place up within the period covered by the impeachment complaint, Your Honor, then any and all acts thereafter will certainly be irregular, immaterial.
My understanding of Article 2 of the Articles of Impeachment is that it alleges non-disclosure of SAL-N for that year.
Right, Your Honor.
And non-inclusion of assets existing during that taxable year.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right.
I'm sorry.
So at the end of the period, that taxable period, the taxpayer or the public official is required to make a balance sheet for himself, which is known as a statement of assets and liabilities and net worth. If you study any balance sheet, that is actually what it is. A statement of assets, liabilities, and net worth of a corporation, of an individual. So, my understanding, my humble understanding, is that in preparing any balance sheet, then all liabilities current during the year involved and all assets existing during the year involved, and the difference between the liability and the totality of the assets at the end of the year involved will be reflected in the SAL end.
With the due indulgence of this Honorable Court, Your Honor, I am not, the defense, Your Honor, has not gone to the extent of questioning the admissibility of the evidence now being presented. We are raising a very specific issue, Your Honor, and that is any and all matters subsequent to the filing of the complaint cannot be the subject matter of the impeachment complaint. That's our point, Your Honor.
Anyway, you will have a time to traverse that when you present your evidence in chief.
We will do that, Your Honor. Anyway, we are not precluded from resorting to other available remedies in favor of the Chief Justice, Your Honor.
Yes.
But we just place it on record, Your Honor, because while these matters are being discussed through the questioning of the members of this court, we cannot object, Your Honor. That's our only point, to place on record our observation to the effect that these matters being dealt with now in the examination are no longer within the coverage of the complaint, Your Honor. That's only our point, Your Honor.
If indeed any of those mentioned assets did not exist in the year concerned and that they arose subsequently after December 31st, 2010, and you can show that that is so, then the proper motions could be made at that point.
I did so, Your Honor, and we have gone this far because the court probably will notice that when the withdrawal of that amount, I think 17 million, was made, Your Honor, it was already 2011. And therefore, where that money came from, how it was disposed of, and where was it brought, is already beyond the period mentioned. That's our only point, Your Honor.
Anyway, as I said, we will discuss that when the time comes.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. President,
yeah.
Mr. President, we may excuse the witness if there is no other question that will be posed to her. We would just like to ask, the court is asking for the logbook that was supposed to have been presented.
Do you have the logbook?
Yes, Your Honor. Ano gagawin natin dito na?
Hindi ba yung withdrawal? December 12, 2010.
Kita.
2011. Ang withdrawal.
Senator Estrada will look into the logbook, Mr. President. And then finally, also the original that was asked of the signature cards, original that can be compared, asked of the president, the PS Bank president. The members of the court are also asking, Mr. President, so that we may excuse the witnesses after.
May I be allowed to address the Honorable Court?
Yes.
All the documents that have been directed by the Senate to be brought by PS Bank are with us, Your Honor.
What are those documents? To be specific.
The logbooks of the those that have access to the vault in PS Bank Katipunan branch, the original signature card that was supposed to be compared with Annex A of the request for subpoena of the prosecution. Pardon me, Your Honor, we have a written compliance which we were going to file.
You prepare an inventory of the documents that you're presenting to this court?
We do have it with us.
Submit it formally for the record and guidance of this court.
We do have it already, Your Honor.
Precisely.
Yes, sir. Yes,
now,
Your Honor.
May I recall the president of the bank to the witness stand if we are through with this witness?
Yes, we may excuse Ms. Johnson.
Because the presiding officer would like to clarify certain points. President Garcia.
Yes, Your Honor.
You said that, and the witness, Ms. Johnson, said that all the records of bank accounts of the respondent Chief Justice were transferred to the head office.
Yes, Your Honor.
At a certain point, when this impeachment case was filed or imminent to be filed. Correct?
After it was filed, Your Honor.
How long after it was filed?
On the day that we were advised that there was an inquiry about...
when was that?
I believe it was January 31, Tuesday.
All right. January 31.
Yes, Your Honor.
31, Tuesday,
yes, Your Honor.
Of the current chair.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Were these documents piled up in an envelope, sealed envelope? How were they transferred from the Katipunan branch to the central office of PS Bank?
Well, if I may recount, Your Honor, we got information from the branch that through the supervision chain that there was an inquiry made about the account, and we met with the branch manager and the other officers and staff. I personally was there on that day.
Will you repeat what you said?
We immediately asked them to control the documents.
Who are they?
The branch officers.
Who are those branch officers that you asked?
Annabelle Chongson and I cannot recall anymore your BS operations officer, Your Honor, but I could give you the details tomorrow.
No, did you also instruct the branch manager and the two officers custodian of the documents placed in a steel cabinet to transfer those documents?
Alright mga kapuso, nagpapatuloy pa rin ang pagdinig ngayon sa Senado. And of course, maraming salamat sa legal expert na ating nakasama ngayong hapon, si Attorney Henera Asuncion.
Salamat po, Attorney.
Thank you po, Attorney.
Join us again next time. At yan po ang mga pinakasariwang balita kaugnay sa impeachment trial ni Chief Justice Renato Corona. Ako po si Ivan Mayri.
Huwag po kayong bibitiw sa patuloy na pagtutok ng GMA News TV sa makasaysayang paglilitis ng punong maestrado ng Korte Suprema. Ako po si Rhea Santos.
Ito ang The Chief Justice on Trial. Susunod na po ang News TV Quick Response Team.
Ang mga Pinoy, alam mong di papaloko eh. Pag sinabi mong, okay to, nasagutin ka ng, Os, we. Ang mga taga-champion, kilalang kilala tayo. Ang gawa nila, purong-puro, malinis ang intensyon. Para hindi ka dehado. Ang champion, tapat po sa inyo.
The Philippines' #1 news channel. Ito ang GMA News TV.
Nagpapatuloy po ang pagtutok ng GMA News TV sa ginagawang impeachment trial at panoorin po natin ito.
To find out where the people that are possible causes of the leak.
Yes, Your Honor. I can provide that information.
All right.
But I can.
They brought documents to your office.
The senior officers brought it to my office. Yes, Your Honor.
Who are these senior officers?
As mentioned by the branch manager, Mr. Ismael Reyes, I directed him to personally control the documents from the branch to head office.
You instructed the branch officer, Ms. Johnson, to control the documents and to bring those documents to your office.
To turn over to our senior officers who physically brought it to Manila.
I cannot.
To our head officer.
We do not understand each other. So,
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I will repeat. You instructed Ms. Johnson to gather all the documents that you need to turn over these documents to you in your office?
I instructed them to gather all the documents, Your Honor.
For heaven's sake, who are them?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Annabelle Chongson and the second officer of the branch. I can't recall, Your Honor, right now. I will come back tomorrow in the next hearing and give you that particular information.
All
because
right.
I'm not.
So, the documents were brought to your office the following day.
Yes, Your Honor.
Describe the way they were brought to your office.
Well, they were brought to my office by the senior officer, and I instructed actually that they be properly and more strictly controlled.
Were the documents loose or in a folder or bundled?
They were in a
Will you please describe the documents as far as their appearance when they were handed to you?
They were in a folder and envelopes, Your Honor, and I instructed them to please.
How many folders were submitted to you?
My apologies, Your Honor. I cannot recall, but I think there were 2
or 3.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I cannot recall.
Or 4.
I really am sorry, Your Honor. I cannot recall.
It could also only be 1.
It could be, Your Honor. But my main, may I explain, Your Honor? My main concern was to control and secure the documents more stringently.
Okay, now we're talking something to control the documents.
Yes, Your Honor.
How did you control them?
We made sure that they were.
Who are they? Who are we?
I mean, me and my team, Your Honor. I did.
Who are your teams?
My executive vice president, my branch banking group head. We designated people who will now handle it. We made sure that it is controlled in a very secure place, more secure. Do not let other people know my instructions.
What is that very well secure place? Was it a room? Was it a vault?
A vault, Your Honor.
A vault. What kind of a vault?
It's a vault in our head office with dual access and dual control.
What do you mean by dual access and dual control?
Like the branch, Your Honor, no one can personally or singly access anything in that particular vault. There has to be 2 officers who will open the vault together.
In the particular case of these documents, did you read the documents piece by piece?
No, Your Honor.
Before you put them in the vault?
No, Your Honor.
Who placed them in the vault?
The officers that who were designated to control.
Who are they?
My apologies, Your Honor. I cannot recall, but my instructions were to the senior officers and those that
were you present when they placed it in the vault?
No, Your Honor.
So you do not know whether they placed it in the vault without reading them or whether they read them first before they placed it in the vault?
Well, my specific instructions were to
Yes,
seal them.
you gave them that instruction.
Yes, sir.
But you do not know what they did with it, whether they obeyed you or disobeyed you.
I cannot say, Your
You
Honor.
cannot vouch.
I cannot vouch, Your Honor.
All right. You do not know also the exact time
I
when
cannot
they
know.
place it in the vault.
No, Your Honor.
From the time you gave the instruction up to the time they actually place it in the vault.
No, Your Honor.
And you do not know whether there were other people who handled those documents after you gave the instruction.
No, Your Honor.
So, who are the people designated to perform the dual access and dual control?
I cannot recall right now, Your Honor. I would need to verify with my other senior officers to find out.
I
because-
thought you wanted this to be very, very secure. And that in order to safeguard the integrity of those documents, you just left it to these people without seeing to it that your instructions were obeyed?
Your Honor, in our conduct in the bank, we normally give instructions to our folks, and we do not see it through down to the last detail of lodgement in the vault. No.
Why?
I just wanted to secure
Why?
this document.
Because you consider all your employees as saints.
Well, that's yes, Your Honor.
That is the implicit assumption.
Yes, Your Honor. Especially because they were now being handled by more senior officers
That's
who are
right.
not in the branch.
Then how can you explain that there are now claims that some documents, almost a replica of documents in your bank, are in the hands of strangers?
We cannot explain that, Your Honor. But
Unexplainable.
we cannot explain that. But
You cannot in any way conceive that it would happen.
based on what we have to verify, Your Honor, and the annex documents, there are discrepancies that we can.
Correct. But those discrepancies are simply, as you described them, discrepancies. But the rest, removing the discrepancies, are not discrepancies. They are authentic reproduction of the documents in your possession. Correct?
The information is authentic, Your Honor, but within the Annex A and the original, the way some of that information is indicated is different.
Correct. But only to the extent that they were indicated. But those same information would be in the document in the possession of the bank.
Yes, Your Honor.
How would anybody know those information, although they were not properly indicated according to your bank procedures in a document, be in the hands of other people?
I would have no idea, Your Honor.
No explanation.
No explanation.
No possible explanation.
I would not want. It will all be speculation, but I really have no idea.
It's not a speculation. You admitted that there are authentic details that are found in your document, and yet they also were found in the document.
The personal details are authentic, Your Honor. Most of the details are authentic up to a certain point, but there are differences, Your Honor.
Precisely.
Yes.
To the extent of the authentic details, those could not have been known to people if they had no access to your documents.
I think that if they had information about account numbers, then that would be.
Who are they?
Anyone who had in that information, Your Honor.
How would anybody, can you explain to us how anybody would be able to gain an information of the number of digits of bank account numbers in your bank unless they have access to the entire document?
Your Honor, this information is, many of the information with respect to bank accounts are common. For example, when you issue a check, your bank account number actually is written on the check. When you deposit checks into your accounts, the banks that receive them will always indicate your account number at the back of the check and send it actually to the issuing bank for clearing, because when the checks come back, if there any check come back, we would know which account number to credit.
All right.
The bank certifications, Your Honor, are issued to different offices. Visa for Visa. There are also instances when we have many customers who use their accounts for receipt of payment, and they let their clients know about their account numbers, and then their clients.
All right. I will not prolong this point with respect to the number of the account, but the details outside the number of the accounts are those of written in checks that are being issued against that account of a given number.
Your Honor, the documents do not show other details like other than dates, account numbers, and signatures of those that have processed them. The other information on the data, Your Honor, are public information. You know, the address, what is this? Some other details of the customer. They really are public.
I will direct to you a very specific and candid question. Could you, as President, reproduce a document containing all the details involving a specific account, deposit account?
Involving a specific
in your
account.
bank.
Details like account number, Your Honor?
Account number, including the transactions and the operations in that account.
In this particular instance, Your Honor, there are no other information on the data, Your Honor. It's just account numbers, dates. There are no transactional information. There's no amounts indicated. So it could be actually done.
I read to you yesterday when I examined you about the account or the document attached to the supplemental request for a subpoena by the prosecution. Can you offhand reproduce a document like that for any bank deposit account of a client from your memory?
Memory, no, you're not completely, Your Honor, because you need signatures of the depositor.
Okay.
You need signatures
now,
of the depositor.
after you receive the documents, and according to you, the documents from the branch, and you instructed your officials to put it in a secured area, vault. Do you know if there was any occasion where your officials, including you, opened that vault?
I am not aware right now, Your Honor.
But is it possible that they opened those vaults at any given time between the time that they were brought to you up to the time that...
It is possible, Your Honor, but you would need two officers actually.
Who will be those two?
Those who had custody of the documents.
Who were those two that you designated to become the controllers of opening the vault?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but at this present time, I cannot really recall who was. I would need to get details and provide it to you after.
You did not designate any specific people, officials of the bank?
I designated my executive vice president and branch banking group head to control them and make sure that they are stored.
What are them? Control
the documents, Your Honor.
Control the documents?
Yes, Your Honor.
And they in turn designated the people who would take care of the vault?
Yes, Your Honor. Or they may have controlled it themselves. I am not really certain.
But you do not know the person that they designated to control the vote?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. President, a 1-minute suspension.
Trial suspended for 1 minute.
Hello, mic test. 1, 2. Sa mga sandaling ito nga po ay tumawag ng 1-minute break. Ito nga si Presiding Officer Senator Juan Ponce Enrile, kaugnay pa rin ng mga pagtatanong niya dito kay PS Bank President Garcia. At kanina nga po ay naging balang lahat ng isa sa mga revelasyon ng branch manager ng PS Bank sa Katipunan na si Ms. Tiongson, na si Congressman Bolet Banal ng 3rd District ng Quezon City ang isa sa mga umano'y lumapit sa kanyang staff para magtanong kaugnay ng hawak nitong deposit o dito sa card na mula sa bangko, at bagamat hindi nila ito in-entertain gaano ay lumalabas na isa ito sa pinakabagong revelasyon ni Ms. Tiongson. Bukod pa nga po dito sa 3 bank accounts na binuksan at isinara naman ni CJ Corona nung siya ay ma-impeach December 12. At ito nga po ay isa sa mga impormasyon na ibinolontaryo ni Bank President Garcia kaugnay pa rin ng ginagawang impeachment. Ngayon, may sinasabi po si Senator Soto sa ngayon.
In the case of former First Gentleman Jose Miguel Arroyo in GR number 199046, Mike Arroyo TRO petition. These subpoenae were delivered and received by the Supreme Court on February 10, 2012. Now, Mr. President, on February 15, 2012, the clerk of the Senate, sitting as an impeachment court, received a copy of a resolution of the Supreme Court dated 14 February 2012, which dealt with matters which are subject of the subpoenas issued by the impeachment court. In relation to the first subpoena ad testificandum et duces tecum, all items requested from items 2 to 5 were approved for release to the impeachment court, except for one item on the records or logbook of the raffle committee showing the assignment of the FASAP case. In relation to the subpoena duces tecum, the Supreme Court directed the clerk of court to provide the impeachment court only with the documents they deemed not confidential. Excluded in the list and deemed confidential were items 4, 5, 8, 9, 11, 12, and 15 of our subpoena. So, Mr. President, to allow our colleagues time to go over the resolution of the Supreme Court dated February 14, 2012, I move that the matter be taken up in our caucus on Monday, February 20, 2012 at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Is there any objection? There being none, the resolution of the Supreme Court dated February 14, 2012 on the subpoenas issued by the impeachment court shall be considered by this court in our caucus scheduled on Monday, February 20, 2012.
Mr. President, sometime at noon yesterday, February 15, 2012, our clerk of court received 2 notices of parties' oral depositions and depositions duces tecum. This morning, February 16, 2012, Chief Justice Corona, through counsel, filed a motion to disallow the oral depositions and depositions duces tecum. Move that the presiding officer rule on the motion.
May I know from the prosecution what is the basis of your request for a deposition? Because there are requirements or conditions provided for in the rules of court as a basis for a deposition or interrogatories.
Your Honor, may I request that Congressman Colmenares be recognized?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. We consider the position of the two notaries public, Your Honor, only because there was an agreement or at least a instruction on the part of the impeachment court also that as much as possible, hindi po pahabain ang aming mga witnesses. Ngayon po, may notaryo lang po doon sa SPA ni Ginang Arroyo, doon na sinabit sa Supreme Court. So at part ng preparasyon po namin, deposition lang po muna. Kasi kung meron man, simple lang naman po ang gusto naming malaman, totoo nga bang nag-notaryo si Ginang?
Hindi ba mas simple kung dalhin ninyo rito at tanungin sila para matanong sila ng depensa?
Actually po,
akala ko ba ang gusto natin ibunyag lahat ng pangyayari sa madla, transparency ang palagi kong naririnig sa inyo.
Tama po kayo po.
Ito, pag pinayagan ko ito para baga may tinatago.
Tama
kung
po kayo.
Hindi man, kung walang sakit, yung tao na gusto nyong tanungin at pagawin ng affidavit o kaya nandito naman siya sa bansa at masusubpina ay dapat humarap siya rito. Hindi ko papayagan
Your Honor, please, if I may, Your Honor. We would like lang, Your Honor, kasi pwede naman namin siyang isubpina. Ang tanong lang po sa kanya simple, anong oras anong oras nagnotaryo si Ginang Arroyo? Ngayon, kung simple naman po ang sagot niya, hindi na siya kailangan mag-testify po dito para umiksi ang witness natin. Ngayon po, pwede naman siya, witness namin siya, pwede naman kami po ang mag-interview sa kanya, gawa ng affidavit, pero inopen pa po nga namin sa deposition para naman ang prosecution. Kung nandun sila present mismo sa deposition instead na kami lang nag-i-interview at kung mag-agree na sila doon sa dinipose ng attorney na yon, baka mag-stipulate na lang po kami.
Motion is denied. This court wants
so we will submit the witness,
Your Honor. This court wants to hear the witnesses.
The prosecution wishes to be recognized.
The prosecution.
Your Honor, in connection with that manifestation from Honorable Senator from Ilocos Norte regarding Congressman Jorge Banal of the 3rd District of Quezon City. Your Honor, he is here inside the session hall and he wishes to explain. Because his name was mentioned by one of the witnesses, he is here to explain.
What is the pleasure of the Senate as an impeachment court?
Majority of the members of the court think that it is too late in the day, Mr. President. We can... Hello? We have a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Sa ngayon po ay nagpatawag ulit ng 1-minute recess ito pong impeachment court at pinakamaganda nga po rito, ang pinakahuling pinag-uusapan ay kung ipatatawag o isasalang dito si Congressman Bolet Banal na kanina pa nga pong nababanggit yung pangalan bilang isa po sa mga lumapit sa PS Bank branch sa Katipunan para mag-inquire tungkol dun sa kanyang deposit card na dala-dala at ito po yung isa sa mga pinag-uusapan sa ngayon at bago nga po nag-recess ay binolunteer ni prosecution chief Congressman Tupas na nasa sa floor lamang sa Senado itong si Congressman Banal at kung sakaling patatawag ay maaari naman daw na magsalita ito at maglinaw tungkol sa isyong kanyang kinasasangkutan ngayon. Pero kanina nga po ay may na-mention din si Senator Soto na medyo late na ang araw at dito nga po nabitin itong pangyayaring ito bago nagpatawag ng recess na 1 minute itong impeachment court. At sa puntong ito nga po ay lalong naging kapanapanabik pa itong mga susunod na pangyayari dito sa impeachment trial, lalo pat napakarami pong nabulgar sa araw na ito, napakaraming revelasyon. At isa nga po sa pinakamalaki rito, yung 3 bank accounts na biglang isinara ni CJ Corona nitong 2011 matapos po siyang ma-impeach. At bagamat isa sa mga argumento na inilalatag ng defense panel ay hindi po ito sakop sa petsa ng impeachment complaint. Samantala, mula po rito sa Batangas ay ihatid ko na po sa inyo o ililipat natin muna sa Balita Pilipinas ngayon nila Maki Pulido at Mark Salazar.
Nay Perla, dalawa pong soulaki. Dalawa? May pagbibigay ako ninyo. Salamat po, Nay Perla. Ba't nandito ka pa? Tinangay kasi ng sapatos ko ng bagyo eh. Kunin mo na to.
Ba't dala niyo yung lumang sapatos niyo?
Angel, sabay na tayong pumasok. Sarap ha? So lucky. Bukati tayo. Sarap ng pagkakaibigan.
The Philippines' #1 news channel. Ito ang GMA News TV.
Nagpapatuloy po ang coverage ng GMA News TV sa impeachment proceedings sa Senado. Ito po ay ika-19 na araw ng impeachment trial ni Chief Justice Renato Corona. At panurin po natin ang pagpapatuloy na yan ng pagdinig sa Senado.
Size ko na po na photocopied na papel na meron signature card po nung pong Lunes ng gabi. Ako po'y araw-araw nandito po sa Secretariat. Hindi po ako abogado, hindi po ako prosecutor, pero ang tungkulin ko po sa Secretariat ay admin finance. Araw-araw po ako nandoon. So nung gabi po na yon, nung Lunes po, pagkatapos po nung duty namin dito, medyo nagkayayaan po yung ibang mga Secretariat members. Siguro mga 4 po kami. Nag-unwind po kami dito sa Memoa. And when I got home, ang practice ko po, binababa ko na po yung driver ko sa EDSA kasi ang uwi niya po bandang Congress pa. Mag-isa na lang po akong umuwi. At pagparado ko po, pagpasok ko po sa may driveway po namin, meron po kasing mga slots yung gate ko po. Meron po dong naka-fold po siya na papel po. Sa St. Ignatius po ako nakatira, pagitan po yun ng White Plains at Blue Ridge. So kinabukasan po, di nakita ko na nga po, meron pong handwritten po yung 700K. Gusto ko pong i-verify po talaga. Totoo po ito, hindi ko po sinabihan po si Jun Abaya, ang aming impeachment manager. Kanina po magkatabi kami ron, humihingi po ako ng paumanin sa kanya. Hindi ko po talaga siya sinabihan. Kasi ang instruction po talaga sa amin sa team, pag meron pong anything, idadaan sa impeachment manager. Kung magko-comment ka sa media, idadaan sa spokesperson. At ako po, ayoko din po magsalita dahil po, sa totoo lang, kaya po ako nag-verify. Ayoko po magbigay po ng maling impormasyon doon sa mga kasama ko. Yun lang po talaga yung dahilan. So totoo po yun, tinatakpan ko po nung pinakita ko po kay Miss Annabel Chongson na ang pinakita ko lang po yung, kasi po ang talagang fear ko noon baka $700 lamang po yung ano yan. So nung pong the next day at nung I was hoping po na baka bago po ako umalis pala, baka hindi lang nasabi ni Miss Annabel, na nag-iwan pa ho ako ng business card ko. Nilagay ko po yung sinulat ko pa ho yung cell number ko kasi po yung business card ko, office number lang po ang nakalagay. At ako po, I was hoping, pero she was, how should I put it? She was very firm, but she was very polite. Sinabi niya sa akin na talagang hindi. And I didn't also want her to do anything against her will. Ako nagbabaka sakali lang na baka may tumulong siya sa akin. Kasi totoo po yung sinabi ko na meron ding ibang tumutulong sa amin. Meron din pong ganon. Kasi po, i-share ko na rin po ngayon, meron din po kaming na-receive po dati na banda rin po sa area na yun at meron po siyang shinare na $300,000 na account. Pero sa kasamaang palad at hindi ko po siya mapilit, ang instruction po sa akin ni Jun Abay at that time na proteksyonan siya. Kasi nga po, natatakot po sila na mag-reveal. Parang nagbigay lamang po sila ng lead. Ang totoo pa nga ho, nung nag-meet po kami nung unang tao na yon sa bahay pa ho ng tatay ko sa St. Ignatius kasi apparently she knows my father. And the document that she gave us at that time was just an anonymous letter po, dinalit po sa Committee on Justice ng Kongreso. So, verify ko po yon. Ito, baka weeks before pa po ito, nung January 31. A week or two before. So, yun lang po yung konting background doon sa sinabi ko na meron pong Mr. Senate President, meron pong tumutulong din sa amin. Totoo po kasi yun yung pinanggagalingan ko. Ako naman, humingi din ako ng paumanis po sa mga kasama ko. Wala po akong sinabihan sa kanila. Parang nakahinga na lang po ako ng maluwag na siguro meron na po silang inilabas na ganon. Ako po, at maski naman po yung mga spokesperson, kahit po yung impeachment manager, kahit po yung lead prosecutor, kahit si Manong Rudy na idol namin po sa Kongreso, wala po akong sinabihan kahit po na sino po. Wala po kaming sinabihan po. So, pasensya na po kung nakakos po ako ng any problems. I just wanted to help our team. And in hindsight, tingin ko, baka nakasama pa ako dun sa team po namin. So, pasensya na po. Salamat.
Mr. President, may we invite Representative Benal to come on Monday, just in case there will be questions from the members of the court.
Yes, sir, Mr. Senate President, Mr. Majority Leader, yes.
Thank you. We thank the prosecution panel for that. May we ask the Sergeant at Arms to make an announcement, Mr. President?
The Sergeant at Arms, please make an announcement.
Please all rise. All persons are commanded to remain in their places until the Senate President and the Senators have left the session hall.
Mr. President, may I remind members of the court that there will be a caucus of the court at 11 a.m. in the office of the Senate President. And at this point, I move to adjourn until 2 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, February 20, 2012.
Is there any objection? This trial is hereby adjourned until 2 p.m. on Monday, February 20, 2012.
Ayan po, nag-adjourn na po ang ika-19 na araw ng impeachment trial ni Chief Justice Renato Corona. Samantala, sa ibang balita po, perwisyo pa rin po ang ulan sa probinsya ng Davao del Sur. Umapaw na ang isang ilog sa bayan ng Santa Maria na naging sanhi ng pagkasira ng ilang kalsada at silid-aralan. Makibalita tayo kay Mark Narito ng GMA Davao.
Matinding baha ang idinulot ng halos walang patid na pag-ulan nitong mga nagdaang araw sa Santa Maria, Davao del Sur. Ang ilang kalsada sa barangay San Isidro, nagmistulang parte ng umapaw na Buka River. Nasira ang ilang bahagi ng kalsada dahil sa baha. Tinangay naman ng rumaragasang tubig sa ilog ang gilid na bahagi ng kalsada. Perwisyo tuloy ang inabot ng mga motorista at biyahero.
Sige, ginaagian og baha, unti-unti siyang natumpag hangtod karon di ari na.
Sa tindi ng lubak sa kalsada, ang motorsiklong ito natumba. Nahulog tuloy sa baha ang rider at mga kargang pinamili sa palengke. Ang ilang poste sa barangay, inanod ng rumaragas ang baha. Kaya naman kahit humupa na ang tubig, wala pa rin kuryente sa barangay. Apektado rin ang pag-apaw ng Buka River ang mga barangay ng San Antonio, San Roque, Pongpong at Buka. Sinira ng matinding baha ang mga silid-aralan sa Pongpong Elementary School. Ang mga estudyante tuloy sa ilalim ng ilang punong kahoy pansamantalang nagkaklase. Ang Davao del Sur Provincial Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council maglalaan daw ng ₱250 milyon para sa pagkukumpuni ng mga sinira ng baha.
Wala casualties but only damage to properties ang dako nga damage dito sa to.
Mark Narito, Nagbabalita, Pilipinas.
Patuloy naman ang pagpapakalat ng impormasyon ng Davao del Sur Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council kaugnay sa paghahanda sa panahon ng kalamidad. Pinag-iingat ang mga residente lalo na ngayong madalas ang mga pag-ulang dala ng low pressure area na nasa bansa. Nasa 166 na barangay ang itinuturing flood-prone sa probinsya. Nais ng mga opisyal na maging alerto ang mga residente sakaling manalasa ang biglaan at matinding pagbaha. Puspuso na rin ang paghahanda ng provincial government sakaling kailangan magsagawa ng rescue operations. Sa Cagayan de Oro, bumalik na sa Tent City relocation site ang nasa 30 pamilyang lumikas matapos silang bahain nitong Martes. Ayon sa ilang residente, umapaw dahil sa pag-ulan ang mabababaw na kanal doon. Abala ang City Engineer's Office sa pagpapaayos ng drainage system para di na maulit ang pagbaha. Inirekomenda naman ng Mines and Geosciences Bureau Region 10 sa DENR na buhayin ng Mining Regulatory Board sa Cagayan de Oro at sa Misamis Oriental. Ito raw ay para makontrol ang pagmimina roon na isa ring dahilan ng pagbaha. Mahigit 5 taon na ang nakakaraan nang buwagin ang Regulatory Board dahil kulang daw ang pagpapatupad nito. Ang Mining Regulatory Board ang nagsisilbing tagapayo ng lokal na pamahalaan sa mining operations. Malawak ang epekto ng patuloy na pag-ulan sa ilang bahagi ng bansa bunsod ng low pressure area. Sa Albay, sinuspinde ang klase dahil sa pag-apaw ng Bicol River. Binahari ng ilang lugar sa Sorsogon. Makibalita tayo kay Steve Dailisan.
Umapaw dahil sa ilang araw na pag-ulan ng isang spillway sa Bulan, Sorsogon. Pinag-iingat ng lokal na pamahalaan ang mga residente na tumatawid sa ilog at kung maari, iwasan muna ang pagtawid dito. Posible raw kasing biglang tumaas ang tubig. Inalerto na rin ng PDRRMC ang mga residente sa mga bundok at tabing ilog. Maulan din sa Pulangi, Albay. Sa kuhang ito ng isang residente ng Barangay Ubaliw, kita ang pagkasira ng isang dike at barong-barong sa kasagsagan ng ulan kahapon. Bumagsak ito sa rumaragasang ilog na umapaw nito lang Martes. Kaya naman hindi maalis ng mga residente ang mangamba. Sinuspindi naman ng DepEd ang klase sa lahat ng antas sa Bicol Region dahil sa pag-apaw ng Bicol River. Ayon sa NDRRMC, 5 bayan sa Albay ang nagpatupad na ng preemptive evacuation. Sa Cebu City naman, gumuho ang riprap sa gilid ng isang burol sa Barangay Apas. Ayon sa mga residente, ang malakas na pag-ulan ang dahilan ng pagguho. Pinarupok din daw ang riprap ng lindol noong isang linggo. Wala namang nasaktan sa insidente pero nasira ang isang motorsiklong nadaganan sa pagguho. Muli raw itatayo ang riprap pero titiyakin daw ng lokal na pamahalaan na mas matibay na ito para hindi na muling gumuho. Steve Dailisan, GMA News.
Patuloy na nakararanas ng pag-ulan ng malaking bahagi ng bansa dahil sa low pressure area. Kinansila na ng Cebu Pacific ang ilang flights dahil sa masamang panahon. May mga lugar na ring nagsuspindi ng klase at nagpatupad ng evacuation. Alamin natin ngayon ang update sa lagay ng panahon. Makakausap natin sa telepono si Pag-asa Weather Forecaster Christopher Perez. Magandang gabi po, Ginoong Perez.
Magandang gabi rin po.
Sir, nasaan na huyang low pressure area exactly at yung tinatahak niya?
Kaninang alas 2 ng hapon, ang low pressure area ay tinataya po nating nasa layong 70 kilometro hilagang silangan ng Dipolog City. Bagamat nandito pa ito sa current location niya, inaasahan po itong patuloy na makaka-apekto sa overall weather condition ng ating bansa. Particular na dito sa Southern Luzon, sa buong Kabisayan at sa Mindanao. And within the next 24 hours, asahan nga natin na ang buong bansa magiging maulap na may mga kalat-kalat na pag-ulan at pagkidlat at pagkulog.
Anong kalkulasyon ng Pag-asa? Ito hubay pwede pang maging bagyo?
Sa ngayon, napakalit ng chance nitong maging bagyo. Subalit, ganun pa man, patuloy pa rin itong inaasahan na makakapekto sa ating overall weather condition. Hindi lamang within the next 24 hours, kundi pati hanggang sa 2 hanggang 3 araw dito sa Kabisayan at sa Mindanao.
Kung hindi man siya magiging bagyo habang siya ay LPA, ito hubang pagbuhos niya ng ulan, patuloy pa at hanggang kailan? Hanggang bukas, makalawa, yung kanyang pagbubuhos ng ulan?
Dito po sa bandang Kabisayan at Mindanao, inaasahan po natin na within the next 24 hours as well as within the next 2 days, may mga pag-ulan po na dulot nitong nabanggit na low pressure area. Habang dito naman sa Luzon, ay yung mga pag-ulan po ay mga isolated rain showers lang po at within the next 24 hours, yung posibleng pagbaba ng amihan or northeast monsoon. Ngayon, itong ang low pressure area, inaasahan natin na nasa loob pa rin ng ating air responsibility within the next 2 days and hindi pa inaasahan na magiging bagyo.
Itong paglabas niya ay towards West Philippine Sea, tama ho ba?
Opo, ito po yung inasa nating direksyon tatahakin na nabanggit na sama ng panahon within the next 2 to 3 days.
So ano ho yung mga lugar na dapat pa ho nating warningan para maging alerto sila, yung mga dadaanan pa ng LPA, bagamat wala pa sa area nila ngayon, dapat nating abisuhan ngayon pa lang?
Within the next 24 hours, inaasahan po natin na magiging malawakan ng pag-ulan dito sa silangang bahagi ng Luzon, sa buong Kabisayan at sa hilaga at kanlurang bahagi ng Mindanao. Ngayon, habang pakilos po ito pakanluran, papunta dito sa West Philippine Sea, asahan po natin na posible pang magdulot ito ng pag-ulan dito sa nakararaming bahagi ng Kabisayan, pati na rin po sa bandang Palawan sa susunod na 2 hanggang 3 araw, habang kumikilos ang nabanggit na sama ng panahon pakanluran.
Okay, meron pa ho ba tayo ibang weather system na maaaring pumasok o makaka-apekto sa atin na nakikita nyo?
Aside from the low pressure area at yung posibleng pagbugso ng hanging amihan within the next 24 hours, ay wala pa naman po tayong nakikitang kasunod na sama ng panahon maliban dito sa 2 currently minomonitor po natin.
Okay, maraming salamat po sa inyo, Pag-asa Weather Forecaster Christopher Perez. Naka-red alert pa rin ang NDRRMC dahil nananatili pa rin sa loob ng bansa ang low pressure area. Inalerto na rin nila ang iba pang ahensya ng gobyerno at lokal na pamahalaan para sa posibleng epekto ng LPA. Sa huling tala ng NDRRMC, mahigit 120 pamilya mula sa 2 rehiyon sa Mindanao ang lumikas na dahil sa pagbaha at banta ng baha. 28 sa Caraga dahil sa pagtaas ng level ng tubig ng Lake Mainit. 76 sa Region 10 dahil sa pag-apaw ng Lapayan River kahapon. Wala namang naiulat na nasaktan. Mahigit 300 milyong piso ang iniwang pinsala sa infrastruktura ng lindol nung nakaraang Lunes sa ilang bahagi ng Visayas. Sa huling tala ng NDRRMC, lagpas 1 milyong piso ang pinsala ng lindol sa infrastruktura sa Region 6. Mahigit 360 milyong piso naman sa Region 7. Mga kalsada at tulay ang karamihan sa mga sinira ng lindol. Pinakamalaki ang pinsala sa Negros Oriental na umabot sa 346 na milyon. Sa pinakahuling ulat, 43 ang patay sa naturang killer quake. Labintatlong menor de edad sa Coronadal, South Cotabato, kalaboso matapos mahuli umanong nagpa-pot session. Retiradong pulis sa Argao, Cebu, arestado matapos mahulihan ng 32 pakete ng hinihinalang shabu. At kakaibang mga arko, tampok sa street decor competition sa Aurora. Yan at iba pang mga balita sa pagbabalik ng Balita Pilipinas Ngayon.
The skill, the technique, the pressure.
This is not good.
The danger.
Thrilling is an understatement.
Sino ang kakasal laban sa mga tigasin sa kusina? Iron Chef, Sabado, alas 4:05 ng hapon, simula February 18, sa News TV.
Likanan niya ako doon sa tindahan eh. Hindi naman niya nanliligaw sa akin.
11 taon ng agwat.
Living na kagad.
Para wala na makagaw.
Bigla ang pagsasama.
Nilihim mo, itinago mo. Opo. Hanggang sa nabuntis ka na.
Itinago sa sariling ina.
Ina! Na isinumpa ang sariling anak. Pasaway. Ayaw makinig pagpagsabihan. Wala daw kong kwentang ina. Tinulak mo sa hagdan. Nabuntis yung anak mo. Napunta lang po sa hagdan. Siya ay iyong isinumpa. Yung matinding sumpa.
Personalan. Brigada. Powerhouse. Bawal ang pasaway. Investigative documentaries. Motorcycle Diaries. Diretso, Lunes hanggang Biyernes. Diretso, alas 8 sa News TV.
Nay Perla!
Ninyo Jose.
Nakabenta po kami, Nay! Pabili po ng saulaki. Isa lang po, hati lang po kami.
Kunin man sa ninyo.
Wow, salamat po! Tayo, dalawa sa mundo. Hati tayo. Lucky, ating kaibigan. So Lucky, ating kaibigan.
Mahigit 60 asong hinihinalang gagawing asusena o kakarnihin ang nailigtas sa San Pedro, Laguna. Arestado ang tricycle driver na may dala ng mga aso. Makibalita tayo kay Jay Sabale.
Nakabusal ang mga bibig, nangihina, masangsangang amoy at pinagkasya sa hawla. Ganyan ang itsura ng mahigit 60 aso sa loob ng isang van at tricycle nang abutan namin ang mga ito sa San Pedro, Laguna PNP Headquarters. Agad namang nahuli ang tricycle driver na si Christian Medina, nakasapi umano sa grupo na sangkot daw sa bentahan ng dog meat sa Laguna. Pero ayon kay Medina, inarkila lang ng isang lalaking nakilala lamang sa pangalang Tingting ang kanyang tricycle. Inutusan daw siya nitong magbahay-bahay para tanungin ang mga residente kung may ibinebenta itong mga aso. Binabayaran daw nila ang mga ito ng 150 hanggang 200 piso kada aso.
Kaya nga nagsisisi nga ako eh. Ano? Kaya nga nagsisisi rin ako eh. Kung ba't po... eh.
Ayon kay Ronald Sariego, researcher ng Animal Kingdom Foundation, hindi lamang sa Laguna talamak ang bintahan ng mga aso.
Dito sa South, Cavite, Batangas at saka Laguna, ang mga tao dito hindi ganong kumakain ng aso. Kaya marami tayong aso dito. Unlike doon sa may Ilocos at saka malapit na sa Baguio, kasi yun naman yung palagi nilang kinakain.
Ang mga nabiling aso raw, kinakatay sa Pangasinan bago dalhin sa Baguio para doon ibenta.
So, mahigpit tayo gawa nang meron na tayong Republic Act 8485, yung Animal Welfare Act, na kung saan pinagbabawal lalong-lalo na itong dog meat trade na tinatawag.
Sa kasamaang palad, 2 ang nasawi sa mga asong nailigtas. Dadalhin naman sa rehabilitation facility ng Animal Kingdom Foundation ang 61 asong na-rescue. Aabutin daw ng hanggang 3 buwan ang kanilang rehabilitation bago ipaampon. Jay Sabale, GMA News.
Stress pa rin daw hanggang ngayon ang buwayang si Valentino kaya hindi ito masyadong kumikilos kahit pa maraming turista ang dumadagsa para makita ito. Mula sa Palawan, makibalita tayo kay Maki Polido.
Instant celebrity ngayon si Valentino sa Puerto Princesa Crocodile Farm. Tinalbuga ng iba pang buhaya dahil ang kanyang fans galing pa sa malalayong probinsya. Si Valentino naman tila wala pang ganang gumalaw dahil sa stress nito mula nang mahuli noong Martes. Madalas nakalubog lang sa tubig. Ayon sa mga nag-aalaga, normal lang ito at muli rin daw sisigla si Valentino. Gayunman, mahigpit pa rin ang pagbabantay rito dahil posibleng mauwi sa kamatayan ang labis na stress sa hayop. Naniniwala naman ang mga tagapag-alaga na lumalakas na si Valentino. Nag-ikot ng araw sa loob ng kulungan kagabi pero hindi pa kumakain. Ang problema, bitin daw ang budget ng Wildlife Conservation and Rescue Center. Pinagkakasya ang 4 na milyong pisong budget kada taon para sa pagkain ng may 800 buhaya rito. Sa halip na 2 beses sa isang linggo pinapakain, 3 beses sa isang buwan na lang. Ang halos